whom I've worked over the past year range in age from 2 to 16 years old. A 2-year-old boy was breastfeeding in detention. One 6-year-old boy had leukemia. An 8-year-old girl began wetting the bed. A 14-year-old girl engaged in self-harm. And adding all of these children and their parents were detained despite being eligible for release. ICE has the authority to release these families who are not flight risks on parole and while seeking asylum and other humanitarian protections in the United States. None of these children or their parents had a criminal history anywhere in the world. Right? And that's as numerous reports have detailed the facility's awful conditions: dirty water, worms and food, inadequate medical care, a lack of meaningful educational services, lights kept on 24 hours a day, guards threatening to separate families. In fact, it's just been reported that 2 people there have active measles cases, with DHS and quarantining anyone suspected of having contact with them and barring all movement within the facility. And with all this, you had Senator Chris Murphy responding. "This is the facility I was denied entry to a week ago, even though I'm the top Democrat on the committee that funds DHS and I gave them plenty of notice. I told you they were hiding something. They were." Meanwhile, you're also seeing a ton of scrutiny at another ICE facility in Baltimore, or with immigrant advocates long claiming that detainees had little to no contact with loved ones or their lawyers, little access to food and water, and they were denied access to medication. And now, a video has been circulating that reportedly shows a severely overcrowded holding room with some people on the floor. With then Maryland Representative April McClain Delaney managing to get inside to see for herself, and this is what she described.
"It was not a large room, not much bigger than the room that we are currently in, with probably 50 people, concrete floors, a bench around the perimeter, and a makeshift kind of bathroom in the middle that had minimal privacy. It's really only meant to hold people for 12 hours. And it is being used to hold people for 24, 48, 72 hours or longer."
Meanwhile, according to the New York Times, at least 32 people have died in ICE custody since Trump took office, which is even more than Biden's entire 4-year term. Rather than trying to tamp things down, you have Trump ramping them up. With DHS, they're just looking to use all that big, beautiful bill money. Right? So as of December, ICE was reportedly planning to buy industrial warehouses in 23 towns and convert them into detention facilities that would hold some 80,000 people at a time. Now, since then, they've faced political resistance and public boycotts, with warehouse sales in Oklahoma and Virginia falling apart after the owners backed out of the deals. But warehouses or not, Trump's determined to bring the Minnesota model to other states, right? With several hundred federal immigration agents arriving in Maine last week to arrest Somali immigrants. And that has then led to many hunkering down inside their homes, avoiding work, school, and stores in fear of being snatched up off the street by masked men and ferried off to Texas or some other state. Also, according to ICE, they've arrested some 200 people, some of whom are reportedly just asylum seekers with no criminal history. And then, after barely a week, you had Republican Senator Susan Collins announcing that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem had told her that the surge of ICE activity in Maine had ended, so saying that so-called normal operations would continue, so it's unclear how. Safe immigrants there actually are. And then even if ICE has left Maine, it looks like they're just going to be moving to Ohio next. Because according to MS Now, the Trump administration is eyeing Springfield, and yes, that's Springfield.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
For last year, Kristi Noem revoked temporary protected status for over 330,000 Haitians nationwide, setting the expiration date for midnight tomorrow. In Springfield, it's home to an estimated 12,000.
I would like to respond. Rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history. She's bussing them in. So she the biggest fears ago, And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III just to go. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies,
to 15,000 Haitians, so they're reacting the same way that Maine Somalis are, with a local pastor telling 10 TV. They're making preparations to stay inside, not to come out of their homes. They are afraid for their children. Just yesterday, I had some Haitians in our church give me power of attorney in case they become separated from their children so we can take care of them. And over the weekend, you had historian Timothy Snyder sounding the alarm, writing on a Substack. To all appearances, and according to local sources, the city is 2 or 3 days away from a federal ethnic cleansing grounded in a hate campaign organized by the vice president and American Nazis. And then you had him describing the playbook here, writing, mental chaos has been created where there was none before, and then that mental chaos becomes the justification for physical chaos. Trump's large deportations, ICE raids that will, in fact, wreck an improving local economy. And then adding, once that physical chaos has been created, it will be blamed on the immigrants who are no longer there. At that point, so to speak, the lie is supposed to become true. You even have Ohio's Republican Governor Mike DeWine coming to the defense of his Haitian residents, saying, these people are working and they are hard workers, so I think from a public policy point of view, it is a mistake. It is not in the best interest of Ohio for these individuals who are working and who are workers to lose their status. Having said that, this is not my decision. This is a decision for the federal government, for the president of the United States. But they're also not totally helpless against Trump's onslaught, because any day now, a district judge is expected to rule on whether Noam's revocation of TPS for the Haitians was legal. Plus, you're seeing Democrats in Congress trying but struggling to rein ICE in using what little leverage they have, or with their fight to limit ICE's sweeping power, now officially causing a partial government shutdown. A shutdown that you saw start Friday at midnight after Democrats refused to vote for a broader funding bill, which included over $64 billion for DHS, and less there were reforms for ICE. Or because while a group of bipartisan lawmakers had announced they had reached a deal, and while 7 Democrats vowed to vote against a bill that funded ICE in the wake of the Renee Good killing, the measure ultimately passed the Republican-controlled House. But then, 2 days later, you had Alex Preddy being shot and killed, and that prompted massive outrage in Washington. And Senate Democrats, they demanded that Republicans separate the DHS funding from the larger package so that they can negotiate their demands for ICE while funding other key parts of the government. And also, I'll say, for some quick context here, usually the way that spending bills work is that lawmakers will
Warp drive active.
write a bunch of smaller appropriations bills.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested.
That'll fund different departments, and then they'll kind of smush those bills
Docking
together and they'll
request
pass them in
denied.
larger packages. And in fact, 6 of the 12 smaller appropriations bills have already been signed into law, ensuring that the shutdown would only be partial. And on Friday, you had the Senate approving a deal backed by Trump that would pass 5 of the remaining appropriations bills to fund huge chunks of the government. But instead of approving new dollars for DHS, the measure just extended its current funding levels for 2 weeks so that lawmakers could negotiate ICE reforms. And while the bill successfully passed in the Senate 71-29, the House lawmakers, they already left Washington. And so they were unable to vote, and because of that, it triggered the current partial shutdown. Though also will say, even though it's partial, the package that's being held up, it funds enormous chunks of the government. In fact, departments that are impacted here, they make up a majority of discretionary funding and include some of the largest federal agencies. In addition to DHS, the funding that's been put on hold includes over $838 billion in defense spending, as well as money for the Departments of Labor, Education, Health and Human Services, Transportation, and State. But as far as what's going to happen next, you had House Speaker Mike Johnson telling reporters yesterday that the House will aim to pass a Senate bill when lawmakers return, and Johnson expressing optimism that the lower chamber is going to be able to end the shutdown at least by Tuesday. But also, that could prove to be an uphill battle because you have many House Dems opposing the short-term extension passed by the Senate, with some saying they just don't think Trump and Republicans will negotiate in good faith or agree to bold enough changes to ICE. Or because, among other things, you have Democrats wanting to enact provisions that would bar agents from wearing masks, require body cameras, ban random sweeps and searches without warrants, and prevent kids from being taken from their families. But also beyond that, some Democrats just don't want to vote for any bill that includes any money for DHS, even just an extension of current funding levels. And so in order to pass this bill, Johnson's going to likely need a near unanimous vote from his razor-thin majority. And that could also be hard because many Republicans, including Johnson himself, have said that they oppose placing new restrictions on ICE or other immigration enforcement concessions. So then also, even if Johnson is able to get enough votes to pass this measure, there's no guarantee that Democrats and Republicans are going to be able to come to any kind of agreement on ICE reforms and funding in the short extension window. Or because if this bill, it does go through, while the other agencies would get the necessary funding, lawmakers would only have until February 13th to reach some kind of deal for the future of DHS. And if they can't reach an agreement, DHS could shut down starting on February 14th, though I'll say put an asterisk on that. Because notably here, while other key parts of the department would be shuttered, like for example FEMA, ICE would still be able to continue operating because of Trump's big, beautiful bill allocating $75 billion to the agency. But then also, let's say there is a world where Democrats and Republicans, they come to an agreement and they go, okay, these are the concessions we're gonna do. You would then also have to count on Donald Trump to go, yeah, I'm fine with those concessions on what I've essentially been using as my private army. And actually on the note of Donald Trump himself, we should talk about him accepting what some are calling an obvious bribe from a foreign government just days before his inauguration. Because you're seeing the Wall Street Journal just uncovering a $500 million deal between an Abu Dhabi prince and the Trump family's cryptocurrency venture. And the specific prince that we're talking about is the Sheikh Tahnoon Zayed Al Nahyan, or the spy sheikh. This guy is the brother of the United Arab Emirates president, the government's national security advisor, as well as the leader of the UAE's largest wealth fund. He oversees an empire valued at more than $1 trillion, making him one of the most powerful single investors in the world. And for a while now, he's been pushing the US to allow the UAE to access tightly guarded AI chips. Now, under the Biden administration, he was shot down time and time again. The UAE was only allowed a limited number of chips over concerns that those chips could find their way to China. And in fact, a major area of concern was one of Tahnoon's own companies, the AI firm G42, and its close ties to sanctioned Chinese tech giants. And those concerns, they lingered despite the companies saying that they severed ties with China a couple of years ago, especially considering that the UAE and other companies under the spy sheik's umbrella hadn't yet done the same. But anyway, this door was firmly closed for the UAE under Biden. But then, when Trump won the election, that door opened again, and Tahnoon immediately jumped on it. He held several meetings with Trump and other U.S. officials in the months following the election. That then led to a meeting last March at the White House with Tahnoon reportedly telling U.S. officials that he was very excited to work with the United States on AI, as well as a number of other issues. And then you flash forward 2 months after that meeting, and the Trump administration committed to giving the UAE access to around 500,000 of the most advanced AI chips per year, for making Tahnoon's vision of one of the world's largest AI data center clusters significantly more attainable. And you had supporters of this deal calling it the key to opening the floodgates of investment into the United States and helping elevate American technology to the global standard. But that, as you had many others calling this a major coup by the ruling family, saying they hurdled over long-standing U.S. national security concerns and positioned themselves to compete with the most powerful economies in the world. And so already you had red flags waving, but then the Wall Street Journal took it a step further and they made this whole thing just stink of tried and true corruption. Because what hadn't been previously reported is that months before the chip deal was made, in the days leading up to Trump's second inauguration, the spy sheik's emissary signed a $500 million deal with a Trump family crypto venture. Into a crypto company called World Liberty Financial and a Tanoon-backed investment firm named Ariam Investment One, purchasing a 49% stake in it. And the $250 million that Ariam paid up front was reportedly split 3 different ways, and the biggest chunk of it, or $187 million to be specific, it's slated to flow into Trump family entities. And so you can see how this revelation, it starts to cause some concern. Also, along with the money, the purchase gave Ariam 2 seats on the World Liberty Board. And the reason that's worth mentioning is because those same 2 executives on the World Liberty Board are also on the board of a Tanoon-backed investment firm named MGX. Right, and that firm would later go on to use World Liberty's stablecoin to complete a $2 billion investment in Binance. And that deal, it made World Liberty one of the world's largest issuers of stablecoins and reportedly set them up to generate tens of millions of dollars a year in revenue. Now that said, Team Trump, they were very quick to jump in, saying that there is no conflict of interest for anyone involved here. And you had a spokesman for World Liberty saying that Trump has not been involved in World Liberty since taking office and that this deal doesn't grant anyone any sort of access to government decision-making or influence over policy. The White House saying President Trump only acts in the best interests of the American public, saying there are no conflicts of interest. But those assurances, they haven't stopped experts from raising the alarm. And so you're seeing people like Kathleen Clark, a law professor and former ethics lawyer, saying that even just the deal between World Liberty and Ariam, that could violate the emoluments clause of the Constitution. Or with Clark saying that the clause is intended to make sure that no U.S. government official is, quote, in the pocket of a foreign government, and then added, this sure looks like a violation of the foreign emoluments clause, and more to the point, it looks like a bribe. With it then going on to say that this, quote, should be a 5-alarm fire about the federal government being for sale. And that is you had a former top White House attorney adding, my advice as an ethics lawyer would have been clear. You don't do business deals with the families of the leaders of foreign countries. It taints American foreign policy. You then also had prominent Democrats speaking out against this, including Senator Elizabeth Warren, who said that the Trump family and their business partners, quote, sold out American national security in order to benefit the president's crypto company, and added, this is corruption, plain and simple. Congress needs to grow a spine and put a stop to Trump's crypto corruption. But that, of course, seems very unlikely with the current makeup of Congress and the relationship between Trump and the UAE. It doesn't appear like it's going to be slowing down anytime soon. Right? I mean, we just saw MGX become one of the handful of investors selected to operate TikTok in the United States. Right? And we know that members of the Trump administration were back in Abu Dhabi just a couple of months ago to discuss Gaza and Trump's plan for his so-called Board of Peace. But then, next up from that today, it's completely unrelated, but I think it's amazing. We need to talk about how Markiplier's independent horror film could change Hollywood. Because if you don't know, Markiplier, he's a huge YouTuber, he's kind of one of the OGs. And his new movie, Iron Lung, which is based on a video game, just released over the weekend, and it made around $18 million domestically, putting it in second place behind Sam Raimi's Send Help. And this is absolutely huge, right? Because he did this himself. There's no studio, no distributor behind the film. He pulled this off alone. And in fact, initially, Iron Lung wasn't even going to get a very wide release, but based on fan demand, it wound up on 4,000 screens. Right? Markiplier just told fans, hey, call your local theaters, request they play it, it would be great, and that turned into a massive campaign and eventually a massive release. With Mark later explaining, they just went to town on it. That's what makes me tear up. They leapt at an opportunity to help me, and that's what I'll never forget. That's why I'll always swear by YouTube and internet content creation as a platform. And adding, I don't care about making a profit on the things that I do for this. I'm able to afford to take these chances that a lot of people aren't able to take. I was perfectly content if it never got past 50 theaters, which for an independent release is not bad. If it went to 100, I thought maybe I could get it to 200. I'd be happy with that. And then obviously it ended up playing in many, many more theaters. And actually for a second there, Iron Lung even seemed like it was going to come in at the top spot because at the Friday box office, he led on that day with a $9 million haul. But then I'll say it ended up getting weird, right? His stats became temporarily harder to track as some box office charts just stopped listing his film, with Markiplier even saying on Instagram,
So this Saturday, right? I swear I was on this list, but Iron Lung isn't here anymore. There's no numbers for Iron Lung. They took me off the chart, and I thought, hey, maybe that's a fluke. Maybe there's something wrong, but here's Sunday. I wake up this morning, which reports the day before his numbers. I'm gone. I'm not even above Hamnet. Why'd you take me off the chart? I feel like I deserve to be on the chart.
And so that actually turned into a lot of backlash and conversation from people who thought, an independent creator was being snubbed and iced out by the mainstream. But also you had Forbes saying that it was likely that it was maybe some sort of a glitch. Or because Iron Lung's now back on the charts and on Box Office Mojo, which is the most used chart, it apparently never left in the first place. And last night, while it seemed like it was a neck and neck race for the weekend top spot between the two films, he really tried to push people to keep the momentum up.
Sam Raimi chasing me up my own ass. It's the final hours. So if you got some free time tonight and you want to see Iron Lung, tonight would be the night to make it count. And then Disney won't have the #1 movie for the 10th week in a row.
But, in the end, Senhelp beat Iron Lung in both domestic and international sales, which Markiplier said, he kind of knew was coming.
I milked it a lot. I said it. It was very funny. I knew that Sam Raimi's movie was going to pass me eventually by the end of the weekend.
But still, for tons of reasons, you could argue that Markiplier is still the bigger success story here. I mean, for one, Mark didn't have 20th Century Studios behind him. Also, two, when you bring in the international sales, he made nearly $22 million on a $3 million budget, which is just crazy. And so far, it looks like the fans are loving it, right? It has an 89% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, and while some have compared that to its 50% critic score, you've had people, including Mr. Beast himself, noting the sample size is too small and why I think the popcorn score is a better metric if you're trying to see if something is worth watching, in my opinion. Which I'll say, for what it's worth, it isn't unusual for smaller films to have a more limited pool of critic reviews for a tomato score. Though I will say with this pop of success, we should expect more reviews for Iron Lung to start rolling in that aren't listed on Rotten Tomatoes right now. Right now, because this movie is being seen as such a success story, you have outlets like Forbes saying this may represent a future of filmmaking where more creators dabble in the space and drag their fan bases along with them. You also have Mark hoping that it serves as a push for indie filmmaking in general, that it shows that there is an audience for it, and even critics adding, hoping that Iron Lung is the final nail in the coffin of that whole young people don't want to go to the movies mishigas. If anything, it proves that next-gen audiences would rather think of YouTube as a pipeline for movie theaters than a potential replacement for them. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Monday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news is going to end. So one, remember, grab what you want while you can over at beautifulbastard.com. We got a fantastic new drop, 9 new designs. And two, I'll see you right back here tomorrow for another daily dive into the news.
crazy to think that in 2019, people that lived in one-bedroom apartments were living in mansions with Lamborghinis by 2020. Now, with the whole COVID fraud era, this wasn't the first time mass fraud had happened, but since I was born in the 90s, it was the first one that myself and people born in the 2000s had ever seen. By 2020, I was successfully flunked out of college, but I was still living in a college town at the time. And I remember running into this kid I knew from my fraternity that was a bit younger than me. He pulled up on me with a huge grin on his face and said, "I just got $11,000. I can take care of my whole family now." And I was so broke at the time, I was like, "Damn, bro, you came up." Obviously, thinking about it now, that was the dumbest shit I had ever heard. And after getting conned by college girls into buying them drugs and alcohol every time they went to a party, that $11,000 was gone pretty quick, as you can imagine. And being from Chicago, I remember the huge card cracking ring that was rampant in the city until the mid-2010s when the feds came in and the guy near the top of the operation cooperated against everyone else.
All you in there that's been in there for this card cracking shit and y'all back out, don't call me and talk to me like we got. Don't talk to me, you niggas scare me.
But essentially, what this was, it was just bank fraud. And you were either in one of two categories. At the top were the papermen, the guys that had a monopoly on the counterfeit bank documents needed for the fraud to take place. And if you wanted to scam but you couldn't produce these papers yourself, then the only way you could get in was by paying whatever extortionate price the papermen were charging for these documents. And this went on for some time. And as a result, it wasn't uncommon to see high school kids in the early 2010s pulling up to school in brand new BMWs, and I personally used to watch people walk in currency exchanges and come out with big stacks of 50s. And this contributed to the decline in the culture of drug trafficking on the south side of Chicago, at least compared to the 80s and 90s. Because if you were a teenage criminal, all of a sudden, you could just make $5,000 a year without selling anything. And as a 16-year-old, yeah, it seemed like a very lucrative opportunity. And people back then would even convince their family members to cash fake checks, because majority of the time, you could just withdraw the money and tell your bank that you didn't know the check was fake. And surprisingly, that would work. But by the time COVID happened, bank fraud was still a thing, but it became a bit less common. And I'll never forget that once the SBA loan dropped, I would get on Instagram, and all of a sudden, everybody was on live eating lobster, they on vacation, luxury vacations, counting big stacks of money. And when I came back to the city, I see people riding three-wheelers through the hood and what looked like 8th graders in convertibles. Now I'll admit, the temptation was there. I was a 20-something, working a retail job, living paycheck to paycheck. I was a dumbass that flunked out of college, and everywhere I looked, somebody got $10,000 coming in every week. And that's when the PPP hit.
Boy, I done got my PPP loan. My whole life done changed. I'm out here in Florida.
Where people were all of a sudden getting $20,000 at a time. And the really greedy people were hitting for over $100,000 and even $1 million. And that's when the cutthroat behavior was at an all-time high. So of course, many people wanted to get in on this fraud that was clearly not free money, but a lot of people didn't know how to do it. And that's when you had the sneaky people come in who knew how to apply for the loan, but instead of telling you how to do it, they would offer to do an application for you if you pay a fee. And some guys would commit identity theft to do your application in someone else's name, and some would just do it in your name with your permission. Now, both are really bad, but either way, the guy doing the application would get paid without having to put himself at risk at all, because none of it was in his name, but they would act like they were doing you a favor. But of course, that's on you if you was greedy enough to agree to that. And I remember at this time, I had a friend that offered to do a PPP loan in my name. Oh, thank you. How generous of you to offer my name in federal fraud. This guy was clearly not my friend, because for a fee, he had no problem offering something that could get me in trouble. So of course I declined, and I'm glad I did. Many friendships ended over the scamdemic, but greed was at an all-time high. I mean, people were abandoning all logic, buying not one, but multiple houses and luxury cars with money obtained through fraud. And I watched people do it comfortably because in their mind, since no one had been immediately arrested, it must be free money then, right? People was getting robbed because they didn't know that once you did some of these loans, your name and the address you entered would appear on a public database, which people would find and wait outside for you in the bushes. And every single person I saw get a loan, that money was gone before 2021. I still don't know who the first person was to do it and spread the news, but this had huge implications, as according to studies done on the areas flagged with the highest number of PPP loans and Dr. Samuel Kruger at the University of Texas at Austin, home prices in these areas actually went up due to all the people buying homes with fraud money. And even wealthy people like Khloe Kardashian and Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump's husband, received millions of dollars from PPP loans and even had these loans forgiven. Tom Brady got nearly $1 million from it, which was also forgiven. Nancy Pelosi's husband got over $1 million forgiven. And there were many other wealthy people who received loans that probably didn't need it despite the fact that they did own a business. But it was getting ridiculous because even the news started pulling up to people's houses questioning them about the loan. And man, it just wasn't worth it. One thing my dad taught me about the federal government is that they have two things we don't: time and money. When you evade taxes, the feds are willing to wait a decade for you to keep digging a hole before they come and get you. I watched a man run up $10,000 in unpaid child support out of state, but realizing he was on a timer, he hurried up and got on a payment plan. And when all of this was going on, I just knew it wouldn't last, and eventually people would start getting caught. Because, I mean, it goes without saying, trying to defraud the U.S. government is pretty stupid. Only the U.S. government can defraud the U.S. government. You can't do it. It's one thing to commit bank fraud, but you gonna play with the IRS? Man, I would never play with them people, bro. If it was that easy, then billionaires wouldn't have to suck up to politicians just to get a tax break. They spend money to have that privilege. And not to mention, there's no good scenario that came out of all of this. If you only got like 20 or 40,000, that might be enough to run, but not enough to run for the rest of your life. And the people that took millions just bought mansions in the United States, the country that's looking for you. If you crashed out like that and hit for $1 million, you should have been on the first flight to Moscow, not Miami. You should have bought a house in Bali and settled down with a traditional Indonesian wife. You on the list, man. I can't tell you how many people took these checks and went to Miami Beach to rent slingshots and big-ass Airbnbs, or went to LA, where $100,000 can be gone in a week or less. Then, when you get caught, you gotta plead guilty, because you can't afford no lawyer, and you better not try to fight a Fed case with a public defender. Or maybe you should, because a paid lawyer will say anything to get your money. Meanwhile, a real public defender will tell you the truth. Like, hey man, they got you on camera in Miami, bro. You was popping bottles, flying people out. You took 3 flights in 2 weeks. They scanned your ID at all the airports. If you don't plead guilty, they gonna give your ass the max. And we ain't gonna see you till the iPhone 25 come out. The realest thing a public defender ever told me was, you did it. Just plead guilty. Don't piss the judge off. And who am I to argue with him? He see the judge every day. He watched the man slam that hammer so many times to make people pass out in the courtroom. He know what he talking about. There was a dude in Georgia that hit for $13 million and got damn near 15 years. And he only got to run around with all this money for a year before he got caught in 2022. And they made him sit until 2026 when they finally sentenced him. Ain't nobody gonna see this man until 2040. That wasn't even worth a house and 2 cars, bro. He pled not guilty and tried to fight it, knowing that he bought a Lamborghini Aventador. Like, man. And it was a 2014. Bro, you might as well bought a Chevy Trax. You crashed out for nothing. Like pretty much everybody that committed fraud to obtain these loans. loans. Just hearing people at the time try to explain how you can do it and how it was so easy to just lie on this application. Like, man, you think the federal government ain't gonna never catch on to this, bro? Are you crazy? People was thinking, oh man, it's just $20,000. They ain't even gonna notice it. Bro, if 500,000 of y'all hit for $20,000, they're gonna notice. Not to mention, any deposit you get over $10,000 gets flagged by the feds anyway. This is the IRS's job, bro. They don't do much else. This is money. Their job is money. And yeah, that's all. But I do have some longer videos coming, guys, I promise. I just haven't made them yet because I like to be able to drop frequently so you guys have something to watch. You know, it's like a series if they didn't make you wait all week for a new episode to come out. But just for now, we're gonna have back-to-back drops. But I love you guys as always, and I'll see you next. Crazy to think that in 2019, people that lived in one-bedroom apartments were living in mansions with Lamborghinis by 2020. Now, with the whole COVID fraud era, this wasn't the first time mass fraud had happened, but since I was born in the 90s, it was the first one that myself and people born in the 2000s had ever seen. By 2020, I was successfully flunked out of college, but I was still living in a college town at the time. And I remember running into this kid I knew from my fraternity that was a bit younger than me. He pulled up on me with a huge grin on his face and said, "I just got $11,000. I can take care of my whole family now." And I was so broke at the time, I was like, damn bro, you came up. Obviously, thinking about it now, that was the dumbest shit I had ever heard. And after getting conned by college girls into buying them drugs and alcohol every time they went to a party, that $11,000 was gone pretty quick, as you can imagine. And being from Chicago, I remember the huge card cracking ring that was rampant in the city until the mid-2010s when the feds came in and a guy near the top of the operation cooperated against everyone else.
All you in there that's been in there for this car cracking shit and y'all back out, don't call me and talk to me like we got. Don't talk to me, you niggas scare me.
But essentially, what this was, it was just bank fraud. And you were either in one of two categories. At the top were the paper men, the guys that had a monopoly on the counterfeit bank documents needed for the fraud to take place. And if you wanted to scam but you couldn't produce these papers yourself, then the only way you could get in was by paying whatever extortionate price the paperman would charge for these documents. And this went on for some time. And as a result, it wasn't uncommon to see high school kids in the early 2010s pulling up to school in brand new BMWs, and I personally used to watch people walk in currency exchanges and come out with big stacks of 50s. And this contributed to the decline in the culture of drug trafficking on the south side of Chicago, at least compared to the 80s and 90s. Because if you were a teenage criminal, all of a sudden, you could just make $5,000 a year without selling anything. And as a 16-year-old, yeah, it seemed like a very lucrative opportunity. And people back then would even convince their family members to cash fake checks, because majority of the time, you could just withdraw the money and tell your bank that you didn't know the check was fake. And surprisingly, that would work. But by the time COVID happened, bank fraud was still a thing, but it became a bit less common. And I'll never forget that once the SBA loan dropped, I would get on Instagram, and all of a sudden, everybody was on live eating lobster, they on vacation, luxury vacation, counting big stacks of money. And when I came back to the city, I see people and three-wheelers through the hood and what looked like 8th graders in convertibles. Now, I'll admit, the temptation was there. I was a 20-something, working a retail job, living paycheck to paycheck. I was a dumbass that flunked out of college, and everywhere I looked, somebody got $10,000 coming in every week, and that's when the PPP hit.
Boy, I done got my PPP loan. My whole life done changed. I'm out here in Florida.
Where people were all of a sudden getting $20,000 at a time, and the really
is a concern.
greedy people were hitting for over 100,000 and even 1 million. And that's when the cutthroat behavior was at an all-time high. So of course, many people wanted to get in on this fraud that was clearly not free money, but a lot of people didn't know how to do it. And that's when you had the sneaky people come in who knew how to apply for the loan, but instead of telling you how to do it, they would offer to do an application for you if you pay a fee. And some guys would commit identity theft to do your application in someone else's name, and some would just do it in your name, with your permission. Now, both are really bad, but either way, the guy doing the application would get paid without having to put himself at risk at all, because none of it was in his name, but they would act like they were doing you a favor. But now, both are really bad, but either way, the guy doing the application would get paid without having to put himself at risk at all, because none of it was in his name, but they would act like they were doing you a favor. But of course, that's on you if you was greedy enough to agree to that. And I remember at this time, I had a friend that offered to do a PPP loan in my name. Oh, thank you. How generous of you to offer my name in federal fraud. This guy was clearly not my friend, because for a fee, he had no problem offering something that could get me in trouble. So of course I declined, and I'm glad I did. Many friendships ended over the scamdemic, but greed was at an all-time high. I mean, people were abandoning all logic, buying not one, but multiple houses and luxury cars with money obtained through fraud. And I watched people do it comfortably because in their mind, since no one had been immediately arrested, it must be free money then, right? People was getting robbed because they didn't know that once you did some of these loans, your name and the address you entered would appear on a public database, which people would find and wait outside for you in the bushes. And every single person I saw get a loan, that money was gone before 2021. I still don't know who the first person was to do it and spread the news, but this had huge implications, as according to studies done on the areas flagged with the highest number of PPP loans and Dr. Samuel Kruger at the University of Texas at Austin, home prices in these areas actually went up due to all the people buying homes with fraud money. And even wealthy people like Khloe Kardashian and Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump's husband, received millions of dollars from PPP loans and even had these loans forgiven. Tom Brady got nearly $1 million from it, which was also forgiven. Nancy Pelosi's husband got over $1 million forgiven. And there were many other wealthy people who received loans that probably didn't need it despite the fact that they did own a business. But it was getting ridiculous because even the news started pulling up to people's houses questioning them about the loan. And man, it just wasn't worth it. One thing my dad taught me about the federal government is that they have two things we don't: time and money. When you evade taxes, the feds are willing to wait a decade for you to keep digging a hole before they come and get you. I watched a man run up $10,000 in unpaid child support out of state, but realizing he was on a timer, he hurried up and got on a payment plan. And when all of this was going on, I just knew it wouldn't last and eventually people would start getting caught. Because, I mean, it goes without saying, trying to defraud the US government is pretty stupid. Only the US government can defraud the US government. You can't do it. It's one thing to commit bank fraud, but you gonna play with the IRS? Man, I would never play with them people, bro. If it was that easy, then billionaires wouldn't have to suck up to politicians just to get a tax break. They spend money to have that privilege. And not to mention, there's no good scenario that came out of all of this. If you only got like 20 or 40,000, that might be enough to run, but not enough to run for the rest of your life. And the people that took millions just bought mansions in the United States, the country that's looking for you. If you crashed out like that and hit for $1 million, you should have been on the first flight to Moscow, not Miami. You should have bought a house in Bali and settled down with a traditional Indonesian wife. You on the list, man. I can't tell you how many people took these checks and went to Miami Beach to rent slingshots and big ass Airbnbs, or went to LA where $100,000 can be gone in a week or less. Then when you get caught, you gotta plead guilty because you can't afford no lawyer, and you better not try to fight a Fed case with a public defender. Or maybe you should, because a paid lawyer will say anything to get your money. Meanwhile, a real public defender will tell you the truth. Like, hey man, they got you on camera in Miami, bro. You was popping bottles, flying people out. You took 3 flights in 2 weeks. They scanned your ID at all the airports. If you don't plead guilty, they gonna give your ass the max. And we ain't gonna see you to the iPhone 25 come out. The realest thing a public defender ever told me was, you
Warp drive active.
You did it. Just plead guilty. Don't piss the judge off. And who am I to argue with him? He see the judge every day. He watched the man slam that hammer so many times to make people pass out in the courtroom. He know what he talking about. There was a dude in Georgia that hit for $13 million and got damn near 15 years.
Docking permission requested.
And he only got to run around with all this money for a year before he got caught in 2022. And they made him sit until 2026 when they finally sentenced him. Ain't nobody gonna see this man until 2040. That wasn't even worth a house and 2 cars, bro. He pled not guilty and tried to fight it, knowing that he bought a Lamborghini Aventador. Like, man. And it was a 2014. Bro, you might as well bought a Chevy Trax. You crashed out for nothing. Like pretty much everybody that committed fraud to obtain these loans. Just hearing people at the time try to explain how you can do it and how it was so easy to just lie on this application. Like, man, you think the federal government ain't gonna never catch on to this, bro? Are you crazy? People was thinking, oh man, it's just $20,000. They ain't even gonna notice it. Bro, if 500,000 of y'all hit for $20,000, they're gonna notice. Not to mention, any deposit you get over $10,000 gets flagged by the feds anyway. This is the IRS's job, bro. They don't do much. much else. This is money. Their job is money. And yeah, that's all. But I do have some longer videos coming, guys, I promise. I just haven't made them yet because I like to be able to drop frequently so you guys have something to watch. You know, it's like a series. If they didn't make you wait all week for a new episode to come out. But just for now, we're gonna have back.
When I think of Blizzard, I think of three things. StarCraft feeling so responsive it turned into a sport.
The West reinforcing with more stalkers though. The stalkers blink under.
World of Warcraft becoming so popular it was even in South Park.
You can't go to the bathroom, you're stacking Sunder armor.
Diablo's dark atmosphere with cutscenes I couldn't wait to watch. For a long time Blizzard meant quality, but now I barely even open the Blizzard launcher, and when Blizzard does show up, it's usually because of a controversy, not because I'm excited to play one of their games. And it's worth asking, why did those earlier games feel so unforgettable? How does a company that used to mean quality become one that I expect disappointment from? I want to find out why those old Blizzard games stuck with me for so long, and why the Blizzard of today hasn't, and what that might say about modern gaming and the fans who are left behind. Because when I finally unsubbed from World of Warcraft, I felt a void. You could call it addiction, but I call it loss. I grew up as the host. People always came to my house and we played Blizzard games. Whether it was Diablo, Warcraft or Starcraft, it was different houses in different years, but it was the same pattern. Blizzard games were just part of my social life. I remember people dreaming about Disneyland, but I didn't get it because I wanted to see Stormwind. I didn't realise how important this feeling was until it was gone. It didn't feel like quitting a game. It felt like losing a part of my childhood. Blizzard had three things that stood out in their older games. The first was that friction created meaning. In Diablo, you have to save manually, so if you forgot and died, all that progress would be lost. This meant I was saving after every battle just in case. The inventory was limited, so every item you found became a decision. Even how you fought battles mattered. I'd stand in doorways just so I wouldn't get surrounded. The game forced you to slow down and think, and that made everything you did feel important. You can still feel this today if you pick up a copy of Diablo, and that says a lot about how well it was designed. In StarCraft, if you lost units early in the campaign, you felt it for the rest of the level. Misclick and move without shooting, those units are likely lost. Build slower than your opponent, it was likely a lost match. It taught you that every click mattered. The campaign taught you the game slowly, but when you went online, suddenly everything you learned mattered more. Mistakes were punished. But that's why winning felt earned. In World of Warcraft, leveling was slow. There were small upgrades, but they mattered, and dungeons felt like leveling milestones, whilst raids awaited you when you finally hit max level. WoW's progression gave you a sense of identity. You were your class. I was a warrior tank.
Butters, what the hell are you doing? I got World of Warcraft like you said. You can't be the dwarf character, Butters. I'm the dwarf.
The decisions you made mattered, so progress felt meaningful. The second was its atmosphere, and this is what kept bringing me back. Diablo was dark, and it felt dangerous. Tristram's music may have only been background noise, but it gave you a sense that something was wrong in this town. The Butcher was a horror of its time.
Fresh meat.
Diablo 2 kept that atmosphere, but added something new, cinematic reward. You'd push through an act and find yourself watching a masterpiece of a cutscene.
I am not the Archangel Tyrael.
Act 2 stands out in particular to me because of its music. There was the tension of the tight corridors in the Maggot's lair. It was the atmosphere that made it memorable. StarCraft's music felt perfect for each race, with the Protoss music having an atmospheric space quality to it. I still like to listen to it to this day. The briefing room voices sounded imposing.
My children, the hour of our victory is at hand.
Every unit had its own voice line.
How do I get out of this chicken shit outfit?
And those voice lines meant that every click had feedback. It made the game feel like it had a unique identity. World of Warcraft hit you with opening voiceovers.
The noble humans of Stormwind are a proud, tenacious race.
NPCs speaking when you clicked them.
Speak, friend.
The parchment scratch when you opened a new quest. the zone discovery sound when you entered somewhere new for the first time. Blizzard developers actually talked about not having music playing all the time, so those zones would burn into your memory.
Well, I think the first rule of music in a game is to enhance the mood and the setting and the story, but not to annoy people and not to have it run on and on incessantly. So we've worked really hard to create a system where the music doesn't play all the time. It kind of fades in out of the bed of sound effects and ambiance of an area.
That's why Elwyn Forest can feel peaceful, while other areas can feel unsettling. It gives you time to feel what that place is like. Blizzard were masters of atmosphere, but it feels like Blizzard slowly stopped designing for it. The third was the community around these games. What made Warcraft 3 special was the map editor and custom games. I always loved making things in games, and Warcraft 3 made that accessible. Even just sculpting the terrain felt like you'd made something of your own. One of my friends was great at creating triggers. He's a coder now, and Warcraft 3 may have had an influence in that. The custom game browser made Warcraft 3 stand out. I found a love for tower defense, escape maps, and survival modes. There were many nights spent playing Warcraft 3 where the real game didn't really matter, because the custom game browser had so much to offer. The community had turned Warcraft 3 into a platform years before platforms became a business model. Some of you may not know, but Dota had its start here because of that custom game browser. So while Blizzard didn't invent MOBAs, they did have a hand in birthing them. The characters in the Warcraft 3 campaign were memorable too. Arthas and Illidan were characters that followed beyond Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 felt like a time when Blizzard trusted the players. In South Korea, StarCraft was proving something that seems obvious today, but wasn't back then. That a game could feel like a sport. You could now watch StarCraft like it was football, with commentators and packed stadiums. Players behind keyboards could now become stars. And Blizzard didn't design that. It appeared because the game was worth mastering. WoW felt huge inside and outside of the game too, with new machinimas to find on YouTube, player names that you'd begin to recognise playing daily. Your server that you played on felt like it could have been a small town. I'd be watching WoW videos when I wasn't playing, and it felt like I was part of something bigger than the game. I remember following creators like Athene, watching Together to the Top. I still have my video that he made for me.
Fucking amazing to have so many fans caring about me. I really appreciate that shit a lot. Keep on owning!
And the drama surrounding his StarCraft games and the pro player Kiwi Kaki. It didn't matter which Blizzard game that you liked. There was a culture surrounding it. What I find crazy is that I work with young adults today, and when I see them playing Roblox, I see the exact same thing. Endless community-made modes. And I realise Warcraft 3 was already doing that over 20 years ago. One student came up to me and asked me if I'd ever heard of a genre called tower defense when we were talking about Roblox. And that question took me back. Because if only he knew just how familiar I was with that genre. These older games gave me a space to feel a sense of purpose, a feeling that I was progressing at something, a world to care about and make my own goals. It just felt quality, and Blizzard meant quality to me back then. When I look back at all these games, the attention to detail, the atmosphere, the community surrounding it, that was Blizzard's soul. This is the Blizzard that I grew up with, and this is the Blizzard that people are missing today. I still look for those feelings that these games gave me back then to this very day, but sometimes the only place I can find them is in these old Blizzard games. I didn't notice myself falling out of love with Blizzard games while it was happening. It only made sense in retrospect. At the time, the systems felt good. When I first played Diablo 3, the auction house felt incredible. It gave me fast progress. I could buy stronger gear than anything I'd find naturally whilst playing, and as a player, I naturally took the fastest route to power. I spent all my gold on those auction house upgrades. My character instantly jumped in strength, and I liked it, so I didn't question it. Because fast progress was the game now. But over time, those games started replacing my personal goals with their own. In StarCraft 2, Diablo 3 and World of Warcraft, achievements became checklists. Win 1,000 matches, level 1 of every class, complete every dungeon. I never 100% completed them, but I chased them anyway. It felt productive, but it just didn't feel meaningful, and after a while, it burnt me out. The game was telling me what to care about, and I never stopped to think about what I actually cared about. In older Blizzard games, I made my own goals. Diablo 2 didn't have achievements. I played it until I felt done, and then I stopped. In retrospect, that taught me something important. I like my games to end. Because modern games make stopping feel like a failure. By the time Reaper of Souls came along for Diablo 3, Blizzard had elevated the gameplay loop to new levels. There were now greater rifts, constant explosions of loot and damage numbers. My Demon Hunter was literally doing billions of damage, and for a while it was fun, but eventually it began to feel pointless. I kept playing to grind Paragon levels and work towards achievements. It started to feel like the only way to make the game fun was to have faster clears, get more loot,
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
and levels. It reminds me of scrolling shorts on YouTube or TikTok. There's constant hits of dopamine, but you forget what you've watched 5 minutes later. You think you ought to stop, but stopping feels worse than just continuing. I wasn't really enjoying the game anymore, I was just filling up XP. P-bars. Then a new season would begin and have me starting all over again. These progression systems had me hooked, and I found myself chasing progress for the sake of progress, and maybe just a little more dopamine. I'm the kind of person who can't fully ignore achievements. If the game tells me to level 10 characters, Part of my brain has to do it. The younger me was desperate for progress in anything, so these systems exploited that part of me perfectly. Looking back at these older Blizzard games, there weren't infinite treadmills. While Diablo 2 had seasons, I didn't feel compelled to play them because I set my own goals. I stopped when I felt satisfied. World of Warcraft slowly became seasonal too. Expansions and patches, borrowed power systems, resets. Over time I realised that I didn't want to be on an endless treadmill. I wanted a world I feel done with. I found myself deeply valuing that sense of closure. Blizzard didn't suddenly make bad games. They became very good at making games that kept you playing long after you stopped enjoying it. So what was happening behind the scenes that led to this? Back in 2008, Blizzard merged with Activision. At the time, I didn't think anything of it. Wrath of the Lich King felt like peak World of Warcraft. I was beyond hyped to play StarCraft 2, and Diablo 3 felt premium. But looking back, a lot of the systems that I struggled with started appearing after that. Many criticised the Dungeon Finder in WoW with its impact on the world, and although I do love jumping into dungeons, it did make the game feel more like a throwaway experience. Before, it felt like a struggle to form a dungeon group. I'd send whispers to strangers to try and find a tank, but when I finally got a run together, that dungeon felt worthwhile. And then there were the achievements and in-game stores. I've always preferred judging the game instead of the company, but slowly, these games did feel different to play. A lot of people point to Bobby Kotick as a symbol of that shift. Company layoffs, massive personal payouts, and that's just what business people do. But you could feel the difference in the games. Warcraft 3 Reforged felt like proof that modern Blizzard isn't the same. One of the most fundamental games in my gaming life, and it was launched in a broken mess. The new art style just didn't feel right. Systems that were in the original game were missing. They also changed the custom game terms, so Blizzard owned everything that you made. They didn't want another Dota happening without them being part of it. Warcraft 3 used to feel like a place for anyone to be creative and make something cool, but now it just felt a little more corporate. Luckily, I still have my old copy from back in the day, so I won't be buying Reforged. When Overwatch launched, I felt huge fear of missing out. I don't even like hero shooters, but because it was Blizzard, I felt like I had to play it, and all of my friends were playing it too. And this led to the Overwatch League, which felt like a huge corporate push into esports. But as a bystander, it felt fake. StarCraft esports just kind of happened because people loved it, and the community wanted it. To be fair, Overwatch was good. Many people did love playing it, and it was huge at the time of release. When the Hong Kong controversy happened, one of my friends boycotted Blizzard entirely, but I kept playing. It was the first time that Blizzard felt political. I just wanted to bury my head in the sand and enjoy my Blizzard game. But without my friend playing with me, the game was starting to feel just a little bit more lonely. Then there were workplace scandals that started to come out, and if you worked at Blizzard, you had to start hiding your milk. I went from reading patch notes on StarCraft changes to seeing bad news. And I hate bad news. I used to actually enjoy reading patch notes on Protoss changes or changes to my warrior in World of Warcraft. I just wanted Blizzard to be the studio behind the game, not another headline that I wanted to ignore. Games are supposed to be an escape, not a reminder of what's happening in the real world. And this began to seep into World of Warcraft. Paintings were being covered up, and anything that could be deemed offensive was being changed. Today, Blizzard is owned by Microsoft. And what happens next is anyone's guess. Will we get Classic Plus? Will World of Warcraft come to Game Pass? Will we see a Diablo 5? Or even a StarCraft 3? Even Battle.net changed. It used to feel curated, but then Activision's Call of Duty appeared on the platform, and it became one step closer to feeling like any other gaming launcher. When Blizzard announced it was making a survival game, I was really excited. because survival games are some of my favourite genres, and most of them feel unpolished and unfinished. Blizzard always had that polished quality, so the idea of a Blizzard survival game excited me, and then it got cancelled. And while I wasn't surprised, I just felt a bit stupid for having got excited about it. At some point I stopped opening the Battle.net launcher, only really looking at it if I felt like playing WoW. I didn't quit playing Blizzard games, they just didn't feel worthwhile to play anymore. StarCraft is still there, being drip-fed patches, but it feels frozen. Heroes of the Storm is frozen. Overwatch fell out of favour. Retail WoW will probably keep going, but it doesn't feel like a place for me anymore. The only time when Blizzard feels like Blizzard is when it's recreating its past. Diablo still exists, but the version of Diablo that made me feel something is getting older, and so are we. The internet has moved towards the attention economy, and games started chasing that same model. Today, everything is built for now. Fast rewards, constant dopamine, endless seasons. So maybe Blizzard changing wasn't surprising. The founders slowly left. The audience aged and changed. The whole gaming industry has changed. I still think there's space for slower games. I just wish Blizzard was the studio they used to be still making them. I don't hate Blizzard. I miss it. To be totally honest, if they released a Classic Plus that was good, I'd be all in. If my friend messaged me asking to play some StarCraft, I'd be there. Sometimes I just want to load up Diablo and roll a new character for a weekend. I still love these games, and whatever happens to Blizzard under Microsoft, these games will always mean something to me. If you want more details on how these games lost their soul, then click this video right here. Thank you so much to the YouTube channel members and the Patreon members, and thank you for listening. I'll see you in the next video.
While most child actors eventually grow up to hate their kids' TV roles, others, like the cast of Nickelodeon's Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, are trying so hard to return to the only version of themselves that the world still remembers. Their never-ending pursuit to reboot the show went from a fun walk down memory lane to a desperate attempt to get work.
I just don't understand how Spider-Man can be remade 437,896 times and Ned's Declassified can't even get reboot once.
Harmless nostalgia turned into oversharing, and the more they talk, the more they destroy the show's reputation.
I ran through every Ned's cast member before I landed on Devin. Do you remember that?
The first what? Which one, Lindsay?
The first one, Devin.
First what?
BJ.
Somehow, the harder they work to get their fan base to come together and celebrate a shared childhood memory, the more clear it became there isn't anything worth revisiting. And what proceeded to happen was one of the weirdest downfalls in Nickelodeon history.
I just have to say right now that the hate in my inbox is not okay.
Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide is not in most people's top 5 best Nickelodeon TV shows. It was good, but there were too many legendary shows to compete with, like Drake and Josh, iCarly, Victorious, The Amanda Show, All That, Kenan and Kel, etc. The show follows Ned, a 6th grader who is narrating the story of his crazy day-to-day life in middle school, alongside his 2 best friends, Cookie and Mose. Cookie is a cyber genius, always looking to technology to solve their problems. Mose is the level-headed girl best friend that Ned can't decide if he is secretly in love with or not. And together they navigate crazy teachers, bullies, crushes, group projects, school lunches, dances, and whatever other school shenanigans they get into.
Sitting in the back of the bus definitely has more bounce, but you might not want to push it.
Greatest bus bounce in the history of the world!
And although the show was comedic, often putting the cast in ridiculous and unrealistic scenarios, many of the tips Ned gave to the viewer could be perceived as genuinely good advice for a coming-of-age teen.
Preset your locks, first 2 numbers, so later you can open it with the classic 1 turn.
What really made the show stand out was the abundance of wacky side characters, like Gordy the janitor, Vice Principal Scrubs, Coconut Head, Rambling Martin Quirley, and of course, Timmy Toot Toot.
Hey, I'm Ned. Toot toot. What's toot toot?
Every cast member felt like a caricature.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request denied. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Of someone you might recognize from a real school. I'll never forget the jock Seth Powers, who was literally always spinning a basketball on his finger no matter where he was. Ned's debuted to a healthy, but not as stellar, 4.5 rating and 914,000 tweens. And not as stellar really is the perfect way to describe it. It was solid, not iconic, perhaps even a bit underrated, especially considering that the show's comedy has actually aged pretty well. It didn't have the obnoxious laugh track or creepy Dan Schneider innuendos. The show lasted for 3 seasons at 55 episodes, which was normal for a standard good Nickelodeon show. It was nominated for a couple awards but didn't win anything. Devin, Lindsay, and Daniel never won any Kids' Choice Awards and thus were not seen as actors who desperately needed a spin-off series. After Ned's, Devin and Daniel stayed within the kids' TV realm. Devin secured a TV movie called Shredder Man Rules, as well as a few different voice acting roles, and Daniel got a support role on Disney XD's Zeke and Luther. Meanwhile, Lindsay went on to have the most successful career. After Ned's, she immediately landed roles in back-to-back popular TV series, Aliens in America and 10 Things I Hate About You. The success of those shows led to her securing a series regular in Pretty Little Liars, one of the most popular and culturally iconic teen dramas of the 2010s. Unfortunately for Devin and Daniel, they didn't land any significant roles into their adulthood. They got some tertiary roles in TV shows and bit parts in direct-to-video movies, enough to keep their bills paid, but nothing that would remotely consider them thriving Hollywood actors. Even 15 years later, Devin was exclusively known for his childhood role as Ned, so he decided to lean heavily into nostalgia to grow his social media accounts.
I played this guy. Well, yeah, I'm an adult now. Fans of the show, they've been reaching out. They've been saying, where's Ned for adulthood? They're saying, I need tips for adulthood because I don't know what I'm doing, and I get it. Life is hard.
Devin began a small series on his TikTok giving life tips for adults, playing into his original role of Ned Bigby, who helped those same people survive middle school. His videos scratched that nostalgic itch for tons of old fans, especially considering Raven's Home was bringing back That's So Raven, and iCarly was also rebooted for the adult fan base. Devin announced that he pitched a Ned's Declassified reboot to Nickelodeon executives, but didn't get the response he wanted.
For the last 2 years of my life, bringing the Ned's Declassified Adulthood Survival Guide reboot to life been a huge goal of mine. Imagine Ned, Mose, and Cookie getting out of college, struggling through their 20s, bringing you tips on taxes, online dating, self-care, roommates, budgeting, all of it. I wanted it for you. I wanted it for me, and I thought it would be amazing to make a self-help sitcom for a generation that could use a friend. Cookie and Mose were on board. The original creator and producer Scott and Michelle Fellows were on board, but we don't own the rights to Ned's Declassified. So we pitched it to Nickelodeon and Awesomeness TV, who do own the rights to it, and they passed on it, and they won't let us take it to sell it somewhere else. So for now, the reboot's dead.
Maybe a TV show was off the table, but they did get the next best thing you could get in the 2020s, a podcast. A production company named Podco invested in a few nostalgia podcasts that weren't able to get full TV reboots. Wizards of Waverly Place, Full House, and Even Stevens were other examples of old shows that were reimagined with podcasts. As a result, the Ned's Declassified Podcast Survival Guide was created, featuring Devin as well as Daniel Curtis Lee and Lindsay Shaw. The concept was to rewatch old episodes, share behind-the-scenes stories, and chat with other co-stars or actors featured on the show. And the first episode was a huge success. It is still the most popular episode they have ever done, but it was questionable how long this show could last. Sure, the original production had over 50 episodes and tons of side characters that they could explore, but it was a 20-year-old B-tier kid show about surviving middle school, which is why just a few episodes into the podcast, the crew shifted from only talking about the past to talking about their current lives or struggles after the show. A common theme woven into the pod was them giving advice to the audience, as a nod to the original show. The cast positioned themselves as guides for adulthood, weighing in on relationships, careers, confidence, and personal growth. The problem was, this wasn't wisdom coming from people who had successfully navigated Hollywood, reinvented themselves, or built something new. And as a result, them giving their perspective on life was not exactly profound.
That makes it hard to really have a human connection, because you want to engage with this idea of what you want versus finding these people and and exploring.
Yeah, I'm attracted to who someone is, who what their energy is, what their sense of humor is.
Like the surprises of people, you know.
Yeah. Of like different types.
The more they tried to give advice, the more unsure they seemed.
Sometimes you got to give a little. Like, there is your perfect world, which involves only you, but then there's also some positive things about others.
Yeah, because like when you're on your own, you only have to really give what you want to give. But then when you give something that, like, I don't know, like I don't know, it's kind of nice too, or you receive something from another person that you really need. Like, that's the joy I found in it, because and now I think I'd be ready to live alone.
And to be fair, nobody expects people in their early 30s to be extremely wise or have life completely figured out. It just feels a little ironic getting advice from people who are failing to reboot a show about giving advice to people.
Man, I really wish we could make like a Ned's adult reboot, because there's so many topics we could cover in a fun way, and this is one of them. Learning how to live with other people who come from fully other backgrounds of behavior and norms and expectations of how to keep a place and what all of it, it's not always going to be a fit. So I'll say that. Some of the time, it's just not a fit. And then you need to figure out how you're transitioning out of it, or how you are going to make your peace with the fact that you cannot change this person.
Even a year after the podcast had started, the crew simply could not let the idea of a reboot go.
How come there hasn't been a Ned's reboot?
Do you know why?
On? No, I don't know. I honestly don't.
We don't either. Because Paramount's in shambles, man.
Well, right
and
about
Nickelodeon
now,
can't get their together.
That I know.
And I don't think they truly appreciate what a no-brainer doing something with the Ned's IP is. Like, I don't think they understand how emotional it is for the fan base and how ready the fan base is.
Critics started looking at them as three washed-up child actors reminiscing about their peak. They are so desperate for work, it's embarrassing. I love the way that they act like they're doing it for the fans.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active.
when it's obviously so self-serving. And this is where the podcast started to fall off the rails a little bit, because as the three dug deeper into their childhood memories, the more the audience wished they would have kept that to themselves, like when Lindsay discussed her and Devin's intimate history together.
Like, once we started dating, we would just
Take off and I would go.
We would
hang
go
out.
make
just
out.
go off at lunch and make out.
Oh, right.
How long were these makeout sessions?
I mean,
all
they
of
were
lunch.
lunch.
All of lunch.
Really?
Yeah. We would go
Yeah.
make, and then they'd come and they'd have to redo our
And you're like,
makeup.
oh,
just
So
dry
how
humping.
far were you guys really going? Oh, dry humping? What base is that? Did you guys
Yeah.
go all the way? Did you knock it out of the park at any point?
no comment.
No
No
comment?
comment.
No comment? I kind of want to know. What's
Now at first, the comment section was loving this, which is likely why they kept talking about these private experiences.
Dude, I ran through every Ned's cast member before I landed on Devin.
Damn.
Remember that?
Wait.
Remember like telling Theo that I liked him and we like
Yep.
held hands at the movies.
He's so mysterious. How
And
could you not?
Rob.
Yep.
And then Dev was
Rob's
like,
funny.
hey. And I was like, you guys, hey.
You definitely had your pick for
Yeah.
a minute there.
Yeah.
Rob, Theo, between Rob, Theo, and me. Any others?
No, Kyle scared me.
Really?
Because he had used that big dong on, he had already lost his virginity.
But then they would take it too far when Lindsay brought up a time where her and Devin went past first base.
What are you gonna ask on this public podcast, Lindsay?
Do you remember that?
The first what? Which one, Lindsay?
The first one, Devin.
First what?
BJ.
I actually do. You really want to talk about this on the pod?
I just wanted to say that I felt like a failure from that point because
He didn't finish.
I know. Yep.
No.
You didn't. You didn't. After a moment, he just said, "Thanks, okay," and you got up and you went to the bathroom and you did your thing.
And again, if you were to just look at the comment section, you'd think this is exactly what the audience wanted, but the silent majority said otherwise. Stories like these are already extremely discomforting, as most people would prefer not to hear about intimate moments between middle schoolers. But it's even worse when you consider how closely tied it is to Ned's Declassified. People have fond memories of the show from their childhoods, and to recontextualize the program's creation with stories like these only ruin it for many fans. And as a result, their viewership numbers started falling from well over 100k per episode to consistently below 100k. Lindsay in particular has a history of getting in trouble with her off-the-cuff comments. Notably, she found herself being accused of racism after she posted this video criticizing a TikTok dance.
Are we okay? What the f is this?
And you won't believe how little of a controversy blew up in her face. Some felt her negative reaction towards the dance was a byproduct of racial insensitivity, even though it's more likely that she is just an out-of-touch millennial acting like dancing for the internet is weird. Then again, Lindsay had previously made positive comments about the trend after Devin posted his own video doing the dance.
The issue is how quick people are to discredit black content creators. Lindsay applauds her white co-star when he does the dance. What the is this? But can't give the respect and the credit to the guys who made it.
Lindsay quickly deleted her comment as well as the original video before uploading a tear-filled response addressing the allegations.
I just have to say right now that the hate in my inbox is not okay. I did not mean anything in any kind of way. I am learning every day, as I think everybody is. And this kind of hate just needs to evaporate from the planet, no matter who it's directed towards. Crocodile tears? No, dude. Like, this is like my soul out there. If you know anything about what I stand for or what I believe in, you know that it's not this. I am sorry you were offended.
Some people interpret her saying, "I'm sorry that you were offended," as a backhanded apology, and her crying only made herself seem like the victim rather than her having a level-headed response clarifying the misunderstanding. But this makes sense considering Lindsay has said on the podcast that she enjoys being the damsel in distress, recounting a time when she faked a shoulder injury for months to receive special attention.
This thing happened in my shoulder where like I popped the socket out, but it didn't hurt. But I made them take me to the doctor and I wore an arm sling for the next 2 months and did all of my homework with my left hand because I loved that damsel in distress feeling. And so there was nothing wrong with my elbow. And with my shoulder. I can still pop it out to this day. It's just like a double jointed thing.
After she filmed herself crying for the internet, she announced her indefinite departure from social media while pleading for people to be more compassionate and understanding. There is no doubt that this controversy wasn't that big, something something that they could have easily ignored or addressed very quickly and briefly, but them attempting to make it bigger than it was and address it over and over again just made it worse.
If you know Lindsay personally, you know she's a hater on all sorts of things. Black, white, brown, popular, unpopular, and can be a reactionary and defensive person. But she's also got a good heart and is dealing with personal issues and challenges that none of you know anything about. So now we have a perceived racial bias and perceived microaggression. That's possibly a good opportunity for education of some ignorance that's being turned into hate and telling her to herself in her DMs.
It was becoming more clear that these three didn't exactly know how to conduct themselves online, something that would only continue to get them in trouble, like when they made light of other child stars' stories of being abused on Nickelodeon sets. The Quiet on Set documentary was a 5-part series that details the dark, behind-the-scenes world of children's television from the late 1990s to the early 2000s, specifically during Dan Schneider's tenure as a producer and showrunner on Nickelodeon. Multiple alleged victims were featured on the show that claimed that they were asked to massage Dan, asked to have phone sex, were sodomized by him, among other horrific behavior. But the most notable story was the fact that Drake Bell had been molested by his dialogue coach, Brian Peck. Most people were mortified at the revelation that one of the most prominent faces of their childhood was abused during the peak of his childhood career. However, the Ned's Declassified cast made the bizarre choice to mock the situation.
Daniel, we told you never to speak about that. Get back in your hole, Daniel, and give me your holes. Sorry, we shouldn't joke about this. We really shouldn't.
This is awful. Why are we doing this?
Because this is about us. Listen, our set was not like that. And no, it's awful. The Drake Bell is that's crazy to hear. That is, man. And that never came out, which is really wild.
Gross behavior. He wouldn't be joking about it if it was himself or his children who had been abused. Damn, that reboot ain't happening now. Even Drake Bell responded to the joke, saying, "Ned's declassless. This is wild. Laugh it up, guys. Laugh it up. Give me your holes? Really?" Devin took to Twitter to apologize for his insensitivity. "I was being an idiot today. No way around it. I feel horrible that my dumbass was even speaking about this without seeing it. I watched Quiet on Set tonight and am horrified by the gravity of what Drake and others shared. Truly heartbroken about what my fellow actors went through. I can't believe they weren't protected. I'm sorry for compounding any hurt." The three tried to give more context to the situation on an episode of their podcast where they claim that this was all a misunderstanding.
We hadn't seen the doc. Everyone was asking us for our opinions on. Now having seen the documentary, it's so disturbing.
And we had no clue of the magnitude of what they were discussing.
If I had just watched especially that 3rd episode and then watched us joking like that,
you would be upset.
I would be like, are they sociopaths?
Get it clear, you guys were not speaking on that.
I know what the joke sounds like, but I was talking to Daniel.
Now sure, they may not have seen the documentary before they made the joke on the live stream, but they clearly knew enough about it because he did say, "Oh yeah, what happened to Drake was terrible," so they at least knew something. And even though they never worked with Dan Schneider because he was not the producer of Ned's Declassified, they had heard the rumors about him over the years. So it's a little tough to believe that the joke that Devin made on the TikTok live was just merely a coincidence and had nothing to do with Drake Bell, because the comments were asking about Drake, and Devin made a joke towards Daniel, although technically about a different situation, but still acting as this authoritative figure who would sodomize their employee if the job wasn't done, which effectively is what the entire documentary was accusing Dan Schneider of doing for his whole career. But above all else, once again we see that these three don't understand how to conduct themselves online. Sure, we all laugh at messed up stuff, but usually in private with close friends. Offline, not on a live stream. In 2 years, the three former child actors had completely destroyed their reputation, and the idea of a reboot had fully soured in the eyes of fans. Not because of one poorly executed joke, but because fans were hoping to relive the joy of their youth through the podcast, only to find out the people behind their favorite characters aren't that great. They signed up for Ned, Cookie, and Mose, but instead they got 3 out-of-touch millennials who couldn't let go of the past, and more specifically, didn't know when to stop talking. But this is just the reality of life. The characters we portrayed as heroes to our childhoods are more often than not regular and unimpressive people. The podcast continued while viewership sunk further and further, and despite this, somehow Lindsay was still perplexed as to why they hadn't received a reboot.
I just don't understand how
Spider-Man can be remade 437,896 times, and Ned's Declassified can't even get reboot once. Not even reboot once for crappy TV movie. Just let us have a crappy TV movie.
The idea that Ned's Declassified is anywhere near the notoriety of Spider-Man can be summarized with just one word: delusional. And delusion seems to be the catalyst for a lot of their issues. Understandably, Ned's Declassified played a huge part in their childhoods, but the cast seems to be under the assumption that it was just as important to everybody else, when in reality it was just a decent show. Like, it was pretty good. It was fine. But the greatest example of their delusion is the fact that their podcast got canceled due to low viewership and low interest, and they still won't let it go. The Ned's podcast was able to get started because of Podco, a media company that supplied the cast with their own studio, lights, cameras, and production staff. But by late 2024, the show was struggling to bring in 20,000 viewers per episode, and Podco terminated their business relationship with the Ned's podcast.
Ned's Pod and Podco, we are breaking up amicably, right?
We love them.
We're all going in different directions. They're dropping some shows, so we are now production company-less, but
we independent.
Yeah, which is cool.
Instead of seeing the writing on the wall that the nostalgia had dried up and people were just not interested in Ned's Declassified anymore, they continued the podcast on a Zoom call. Now, producing a podcast really isn't that expensive, especially when you split the cost between 3 people in their 30s. Cameras, lenses, microphones, lighting, interface, and a space to do it in. You're realistically looking at $12,000 to $25,000 in upfront investment, with relatively low monthly costs after that. Now, it's not nothing. It's not cheap, but if they couldn't afford this after 2 years of doing the pod, maybe that was an indication that it might not be working. Fans had less and less reasons to stick around, and viewership continued to drop, and today they only receive about a few thousand views per episode. The Ned's Declassified podcast was almost completely dead, but has recently come back into the public eye under some harsh circumstances. A post went viral in September of 2025 featuring former Ned's Declassified actor Tyler Chase, looking disheveled and living on the streets of Los Angeles.
Hello, my name is Tyler Chase, and I'm here on a Christian movement for acting.
Now, his role as Martin Corley was a relatively small movement for Los Angeles.
Hello, my name is Tyler Chase, and I'm here on a Christian movement for acting.
Now, his role as
Tyler Chase, and I'm here on a Christian movement for acting.
Now, his role as Martin Corley was a relatively small one on the show. Old fans remembered him almost immediately from his Nickelodeon days. The three addressed the viral video on the podcast where they tried to discuss the complicated situation.
When I first saw it, I was angry because I'm like, why put a camera in someone's face when they're on hard times? But then after I was angry at the people who were filming it, I was upset with myself in that I feel powerless because I feel like there's not much I can do. Adulting is something that we talk about, and I don't know, have you guys dealt with things like that where there's someone that you can't really so it's so tough.
It seems like Daniel was reluctant to outright say there's nothing he can do because he could try to help Tyler. This probably ate away at him for a while, but escalated further when more videos of Tyler would go extremely viral.
Did you play on Disney Channel?
Nickelodeon.
Oh, Nickelodeon. What show is it again?
Ned's Declassified, supposed to
Oh yeah, you were that kid on it, huh? Yeah. I remember you.
After this, Daniel Curtis Lee
I remember you.
After this, Daniel Curtis Lee decided to take more direct action to help Tyler. He met up with him, bought him some food, and even got him a motel room for the night.
I'm gonna come back and holler at you, man, and we'll talk more about trying to get that situation squared away so we can do the rehab or whatever we need to, okay?
Okay.
Okay, give me a hug, man. Love you, brother.
Now this was a nice gesture, although some pointed out that Daniel was now doing the exact thing he criticized others of doing, as he was filming and uploading his interactions with Tyler to his TikTok page. This was a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Daniel did the right thing, but of course there will be internet trolls who don't care about Tyler that are going to say whatever negative thing they can to get a reaction. Unfortunately, even though Daniel tried, he was shocked to discover that Tyler had trashed his hotel, flipped the refrigerator, put a microwave in the bathtub, and left the room with the door wide open.
I just feel so devastated. I'm at a loss, and his family told me that they had tried the hotel thing before and it didn't work. And of course, Dan, why did you assume that you were going to be able to fix this situation?
Daniel continues this video voicing his frustration at the lack of systems in place to get Tyler some help. For years, Tyler's family had been trying to intervene and get their son the help he so desperately needs, but the difficult reality is there are tons of systems in place to get him help, especially in Los Angeles. But Tyler has to want it, and fighting addiction, mental health struggles, and homelessness all at once is a brutal, seemingly impossible mountain to climb. At this point, it might be healthier for these three to just close the book on Ned's Declassified. It was a solid kids show, a comforting memory of our childhoods, but it doesn't need to be endlessly revisited and dissected to prove it still matters. The best thing they can do is just let that show stay in the past. Let's remember it for what it was, not for what it couldn't become. We could say the same thing about iCarly, because while it looked like two best friends were living the dream on TV, something much darker was happening behind the scenes. But to hear more about that, check out this video.
I want to show you something. Does that look like a gun? I think it does a little bit. It's a phone. It's black, like most phones. That's crazy stuff.
This right here.
Autopilot.
Right here.
I want to show you something. Does that look like a gun? I think it does a little bit. It's a phone. It's black, like most phones. That's crazy stuff.
This right here. Right here. What would be the act that would cause you to hold your phone like that? Like, what would be, like, if I was recording some on-the-go YouTube content and I needed to make sure they got the microphone, like, what no, well, I hit one of the side buttons. See, that's why you don't hold your phone like that. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. I'm Reese Waters, and this is Who Raised Y'all, where we highlight those unique individuals going above and beyond to make society worse.
First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground.
You know, the kinds of people you'll see asking to speak to the manager at the pearly gates.
I want to talk to the manager.
Did he really try and claim I am the boot?
Genuine ostrich. 3 payments. Oh!
You're
genuine ostrich. Genuine ostrich. 3 payments.
Oh! You're not ma-
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Making me drink toilet water, I'm drinking it myself.
Approaching
Oh,
Stargate.
oh, we could do one better. I'm not smelling their S. I'm sitting in my pants. Keep going. More. I'm the boot playing with the ice. Action figures. That is amazing. That is amazing. Can we be serious? Can we be serious for a moment here? This mindset is genuinely pathetic. It's an alpha fantasy watching state violence and imagining you're exercising power rather than the ones submitting to it. And no reality is a lawless state you. It's not accountable to you. It is coercive by nature and indiscriminate in its application. The moment Tim Pool stops being useful, if he becomes a critic instead of a sycophant, decides an abuse has gone too far, or is simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, that same boot ends up on his neck. It's a power fantasy for weak men. They cosplay as rulers while applauding their own subjugation. Or, more simply put, conservative men are deeply submissive to male authority figures. Ah, yes, that freedom that MAGA loves to brag about. Now, I'm not here for Tim Pool. He just laid it right there out there for me. I got a whole video dragging him and Megyn Kelly, which looks all the worse ever since the administration has decided to pull back. That's right, because some of us actually do have freedom to resist and not get kicked out the cult. And you know what? It was much bigger than even they thought.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised that President Trump is sending Tom Homan in, because ICE, DHS, Kristi Noem have been a political disaster. Because just take a look here. I mean, ICE's net approval rating during Trump's term. You go back to term number 1. Look, it's pretty even at 0 points. You go to June 2025, right? That was when all that stuff was going on in Los Angeles. They dropped down. Look at this, minus 17 points, way in the basement. But then after Minneapolis, it's even lower, minus 27 points on the net approval rating of ICE.
Yeah, I don't get how ICE is even that high. Is it just MAGA influencers that get to vote multiple times? Like, how is it even that high based on what we've seen? Is water voting? Like,
and it's only been getting more and more unpopular.
What about DHS kind of more broadly?
Yeah, okay, so we're going to start down low. We'll start with ICE and then we'll raise it to DHS. And again, it's just the same exact story, right? DHS is doing an excellent or good job, the Department of Homeland Security. During Trump's first term, look where it was in late 2017, right around this point. 59%, that's pretty gosh darn good. But look at where it is now in Trump term number 2. By late last year, it was down to 42%. So this is the same story that we're seeing no matter which poll question we look at. The popularity of ICE, of DHS, has completely fallen under the second Trump term, the second Trump administration, where what we were seeing during Trump's term number 1 was, hey, ICE, DHS, pretty popular, certainly not unpopular, but all the actions in Minneapolis, in Los Angeles, in these major American cities have been very much rejected by the American people. It has been a political disaster for the second Trump administration.
And now, I mean, as Berman was just reading what the president was just sending out, he's now sending in Tom Homan. His borders are into Minnesota, which leads to questions of what about the leadership of the Secretary of Homeland Security, who has inserted herself very publicly to be kind of front and center in all of these operations.
Yeah, as I said at the top, I just think there's a real reason for it, and that's because Kristi Noem, simply put, Kate, has not been popular, and everything she's done for the most part has not been popular. I mean, just look at her net approval rating. In July of 2025, it was minus 11 points. It's actually gotten more unpopular now at minus 16 points.
Yeah, again, Kristi Noem at minus 16, how that's not minus 100? Who approves of Kristi? L'Oreal? Is this Bath and Body Works? Did y'all go into Mary Kay?
Stop it. Get some help.
All her approval came from Estee Lauder, didn't it?
I looked at every single poll that has been conducted on Kristi Noem's popularity. Every single one, the net approval rating has been negative. ICE is negative. DHS is negative. As I said at the top, Kate, this has been an absolute political disaster for the President of the United States. It's not much of a surprise to me if he wants to push Noem to the side, Kate.
No, and remember, this is one of the things, broadly speaking about immigration, and his crackdown of it was something he ran on and won on when it came to the last election. So what a shift in changes has been. Let's see what else the president says today. Harry, these numbers really tell a story today. Thank you.
And you know what? It gets better.
What do you mean by that?
Worse for you. Yes, that means better for humanity, worse for you. Now, let's see. We packed up Greg Bovino. They're working on an impeachment for Kristi Noem. Oh, somebody missing.
A would-be assassin tried to murder federal law enforcement, and the official Democrat account sides with the terrorist. Does this sentient suppository know that we have fucking eyes? The man was filming, went to the aid of a woman who got pepper sprayed, was attacked by a roving gang of erectile dysfunction all-stars, never touched his legal firearm, then an agent who has never found the clitoris but did find the gun, took it away, and then he was fucking murdered. And all the lowest common denominators out there are like, nah, bro, he tried to murder ICE agents. He shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have had a firearm. These buckets of snot will say guns are a mandatory prerequisite for the government to respect your rights, and then say guns immediately invalidate your rights and the government can execute you on the spot if you have one. Shall not be infringed. Terms and conditions may apply. If agents can pull your legal firearm from your holster, then open fire on you because you had a firearm, then you do not have a right to bear arms.
Interesting. Stephen Miller is looking increasingly isolated inside the White House as others start realizing that deliberate, concerted, ethno-nationalist brutality and sadism is hurting the Republicans politically. Well, don't worry about it, Stephen Miller, because one thing we know about Trump, he is very loyal. He is he don't care if it's a liability politically, he gonna ride it out. Just ask all the people in his first administration.
And the president.
Have you seen the body cam video? I was unaware you had.
You know what? It's going to exonerate all the agents. You're completely right. Stephen Miller saying an assassin tried to murder federal agents, and this is your response. And J.D. Vance retweeting. It says something about where this administration is and how they're considering it before and after the murder of Alex Preddy. And this will go down in history as a turning point for this. Greg Bovino wouldn't be leaving tomorrow if an innocent person wasn't killed. And the double standards that are being employed for how you have to behave versus how these agents have to behave is mind-boggling to me. Kyle Rittenhouse was a conservative hero, right, for walking into a protest, actually brandishing a weapon. But this guy who had a legal permit to carry and already had his gun removed, to some people, I guess, is some sort of instigator when he was actually going to help a woman who had been pushed down and tear-gassed by ICE. We have the right to protest. That should be upheld and respected.
Even Fox News backing away. That's sad. Next thing you gonna tell me is Kyle Rittenhouse is dragging y'all.
What? What? Who?
Carry everywhere. It is your right. Hashtag shall not be infringed. Why Kyle Rittenhouse going harder than the whole NRA? That's sad. It really is. All that talking y'all did. Because y'all get mad when people say you're overcompensating. Then this is how you act in the face of a real threat. The whole NRA. No, we predicted it. We predicted exactly that. The question is, what does the aftermath look like? Now that the administration has backed away, what does the aftermath look like? Now, we got a couple different camps. Like, on the one hand, we have the kind of people that just gonna ride it till the wheels fall off. Like the people who we know, I only have any idea who they are because of their willingness to carry water for the
The asteroid is depleted.
Administration. Yeah, they exist.
I want to show you something. Does that look like a gun? I think it does a little bit. It's a phone. It's black. Like most phones. That's crazy stuff.
Now, just to circle back around to something that I had said earlier about the nature of humanity, obviously, giving a license to mistake a phone for a gun, right? Because it's not like Alex Preddy lost his life after he raised his phone. He was on the ground after having been pepper sprayed. So that's not even relevant to this scenario. Irregardless of that, obviously, as nonsensical as it would be to give a green light to everybody holding a phone to be executed because it could be mistaken for a gun, that's not even tenable for you because you walk around with your phone, but you'll be more than willing to try and launder that on the air just to excuse a man losing his life. Now, to that point that I made about the nature of humanity, I'm willing to remember in the before times where when you are very openly and visibly trying to excuse a man losing his life because that scenario isn't even relevant and the world that you're pushing for isn't tenable. In the before times, when you are publicly excusing a man, that would have been, as an anchor, as a news anchor, like, that would have been it. This is the world that we live in.
Man, this some more bullshit.
This, right here. Right here. What would be the act that would cause you to hold your phone like that? Like, what would be, like, if I was recording some on-the-go YouTube content and I needed to make sure they got the microphone, like, what no, well, I hit one of the side buttons. See, that's why you don't hold your phone like that. That's exactly why you don't hold your phone like that. Now, that was wild. But if any of y'all know Greg Kelly, you know he can do worse. He's kind of like the Kristi Noem of news anchors. He can do worse.
His name, Alex Preddy. He was 37 years old. He was an American citizen. He had no criminal record. He worked as a nurse. His patients were American veterans. He was an avid outdoorsman, a competitive cyclist, and a licensed gun owner. He played football and baseball in high school. He was a Boy Scout.
American citizen, let's see, baseball, rode a bike. That could be me! Except for the part where I go out and do something incredibly stupid. All those things. Boy Scout, outdoorsman, right? You know who that is? A lot of people. Dennis Rader, the BTK killer, was all those things. Dennis Rader, remember him? He's The beat, bind, torture, and kill guy? He liked to hunt. He was a family man. Everybody liked him. His mother liked him. All that stuff. Dennis Rader and Alex. I'm sorry, but I can't just pretend because you're dead, you're like this superior person. That happens a lot in America, but only when they really, really want you to represent. People are kind of projecting positive qualities on somebody they don't know.
Greg Bovino wouldn't have gotten 30 minutes to collect his things and been escorted out of the office the way they walked him in and out of Target if they were going to push forward with their prior narrative. Yet here you go, bringing in the B2. How does that feel? How does it feel to be so shameless to the degree of excusing a man losing his life? And how should we react to somebody who has shown themselves to exhibit such quality and character? I mean, at least on the benefit scale for you, at least you have Trump's loyalty. You know, at least you have Trump's debt, because you know he always pay his debts. He always pay his debts. So at least you have Trump's loyalty and debt that will help you in your later years. You see how much that's helped Rudy Giuliani? Can't even get him a decent pair of shoes. But best of luck to you. Best of luck to you. And that's before we even get around to, what were all the things he said? A Boy Scout, an outdoorsman. That's interesting. Because I know about his dad being a former police commissioner, and I know about those pretty nasty accusations that you have as well, sir. You might share more with the BT captain? No wonder he was front of mind. No wonder he was front of mind. That makes sense.
You're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today.
And then on the other hand, you have the people that are going to try and squirm their way back into society. But see, the thing is, that's going to require a level of accountability. And I don't know if this was it, but it certainly was an attempt. Now, wasn't it?
Hi, I'm Dave Bergen, owner and president of Furniture Connection. Today, a comment was made on social media by my wife, Joy, regarding the protests in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She is not involved in Furniture Connection, but I understand her words reflected on me and our company. What was said was wrong, and it does not represent my beliefs or the values of Furniture Connection. We do not support violence, hate, or harm towards anyone, ever. Every person deserves to be treated with dignity, and no one deserves to be harmed. While the individual who made the post is not involved in our business, I take responsibility for clearly stating where we stand as a company. I understand why people are upset, and I'm truly sorry for the hurt and concern this has caused. Furniture Connection has been a part of the Clarksville community for 26 years. Our employees show up every day to serve customers with respect and care, and they should not be targeted for something they did not say or support. I ask that our team be given the opportunity to continue serving this community with integrity. This is not who we are, and this is not how we operate.
Boy, if you don't ghost, ooh, that's one of them line by line ones right there.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility. I take responsibility.
We can go line by line, player. Look. That was a terrible statement that she made. But I might have let you live. I might have let you live. I might have let you live if you didn't read the statement.
That's a fifth floor problem.
Not in my house. Read the statement. Try and tell me the owner's wife ain't involved in the business. And then try and say, well, yeah, don't punish all of our customers for what she did. Now I gotta drag you. Now I gotta drag you. And for the record, she is a habitual line stepper.
I was actually going to avoid posting anything about the Minnesota shooting just because it is just so mentally and emotionally taxing right now, but I came across this post on Threads. These protesters in Minneapolis deserve to be shot and put out of their misery. There has to be limits to this crap. I'm so sick of these anti-American people. Unfriggin' real frowny face. And this is Joy Elizabeth Berggren, who lives in Clarksville, Tennessee. Now, before I completely rip you into shreds, Joy, I just want to say that your Ozempic journey has been amazing. Like, you look great. You really do.
Now, wait a minute. Did she... Was that a drag? Was that a drag, or did she openly admit that she's on that journey? I don't know. I didn't... Has she said she's on that journey?
This is Joy and her husband, Dave. I'm going to hold my tongue on this one. For no reason at all, I'm going to point out that Dave is the owner of Furniture Connection in Clarksville, Tennessee. And for no reason at all, there's where they are, and their phone number is at the bottom here. Here's the thing, Joy. If you want to have an opinion and a belief that the protesters are evil and that they're un-American, that's fine. Nothing I can do to change your mind on that. The Constitution does protect what they're doing, though. It's actually the First Amendment in the Constitution. The ability to protest was so important to our founding fathers that they deemed it as the first thing that they would add to our Constitution. Just keep that in mind. But what I love, Joy, is that if you were to scroll back through your Instagram, you'll see things like this. If you meet someone whose soul is not aligned with yours, send them love and move along. There is truly no hate like Christian love. What I don't understand, Joy, is that you're in a life situation where you have to ask your husband if you can go to Target and buy another Stanley Cup. What compels you in Clarksville, Tennessee, when you have no job, no source of income, have to go to your husband so that he can buy you your Ozempic from the money that he makes from his furniture store company, to get on the internet and push you to say people who are exercising their First Amendment rights deserve to get shot? What happened in your life? Why can't trad wives just shut the fuck up and enjoy your sponsored life?
He was on point though, wasn't he? He was on point. He was on point though, wasn't he? Wow. I mean, that was filthy, but not nearly as nasty as sitting around and judging people that are having their doors kicked in without a warrant, preschools and children tear gas and hospitalized, and multiple people unalived, and excusing it. That's not nearly as nasty as that is. And I have no question, if I were to go back, which I will do, if I were to go back into your time,
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Line, I no doubt.
Check. Yep, and I believe the sound is good. Okay, I am going to take my ice and go on to the next ice station, Zebra. And oh yeah, I've been meaning to download Ice Station Zebra. I forgot all about that. So let's go do that. Ice Station Zebra. Ice Station Zebra 1968 for 6.5 gigs. How about 2.26 for 720? No, I think I want X264 1080p for 35. That's insane. Ice Station Zebra. That's a lot of space to spend on a movie like that. I'll take that one. That's the one everybody does. Ooh, looks good. So, yep. And then what else? I came to log in and game. Halima. Let's go to Cameo. I'm back. I have 10 million in ice. Not for me. This guy was like, your drones are worth $1 million apiece, and I was like, yeah, if you're bad like you, they're $1 million apiece. If you're bad like you, yeah, they're $1 million apiece. Yeah, I'm just saying. I can double jump now, which is so cool. I can like fly everywhere. Yeah, fly everywhere. I can like fly over here now. Hell's yeah. Alright, let's get on some Mortal and Chop Tree. Yeah, chopping tree. Chopping tree. So, okay, running 2 instances of frame generation at once. So I guess we do want to drop off Intel Zess. Let's just turn it off. That's alright. We'll give once Human's a much more intensive game, we'll give it the DLSS. Let us see. If you're running 2 games, which one wins?
Approaching Stargate.
Whichever one is currently in focus. We see some drop FPS. Resources. Okay, so never mind. They're like, no, it is okay if you tell it to, like, put frames low in the background, which I do. So, never mind. We can just put the Zess on. I want ultra quality. Only the best for me.
Autopilot disabled. Autopilot engaged.
Okay, so,
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Hi, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? Hey. Oh, my beautiful kitty. You come to sit on my lap. I love my beautiful kitty. I'm so sorry Jerry has passed, kitty. I know that he was your daddy. Yeah.
Approaching Stargate.
I want to move. Yeah, I'm okay with the layout as it is. Kitty, you want to come back? Hey, kitty. You come back? You want to sit on my lap? No?
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, I knew you did. I knew you did, kitty. I knew you did. Yeah, come back, kitty. Yeah, I knew you wanted to come back. You love me, kitty. You know you do. You love me just as much as I love you.
Active.
You know, you've loved me since the day I met you. You hopped in my lap, and my parents were like, what the fuck? And I was like, what? They were like, that cat loves you. And I was like, yeah. And they were like, she's never cottoned to anybody ever. And I was like, well, everybody likes me, you know, even the cats. Kitty.
Stargate.
Kitty on my lap. Gotta love this game. I just keep it on quality? Alright.
Out would see pretty strong opposition to anything remotely developed through science with COVID. Since we have a problem with protests all of a sudden.
She is not involved in Furniture Connection, but I understand her words reflected on me and our company.
Did those vacation photos and whatnot that y'all took, was that money from Furniture Connection? Was that Furniture Connection money?
I sold to.
I see that she has
I've got 6 billion.
I see that she had
While I was sleeping, I made 2 billion ISK, and these people killing me for fucking like you know, Tristan's are really not looking like that good. Oh no, did I make 2 billion ISK while I was sleeping? Come on, make it, oh my god, make it 3 billion. Come on, make it 3 billion. Oh, damn it, come on, make it 3 billion. Please me, please me, please me. Ah, damn it. Oh well, it's okay. I still made money. I still made a lot of money. Farter McBeans. Damn it, Solar Regardo. That was supposed to be my LSI. Oh well, I still really made a lot of money off them. 200 million off that, off just a 2 bill investment. Yeah. Why work when you can just invest? I'm learning from all the fat cat, white whale, Donald Trump cocksuckers of the fucking world. Fucking assholes. My mother was watching,
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Summon doesn't do anything at all. Oh, sorry, kitty. Summon doesn't do anything at all. What the fuck, man? So make it battle skill ultimate summon, I guess. Battle skill. Wait, why is it on 5 now? Oh, 5 and 6. Oh! So, that's really cool. I'm never switching deviations ever again. But I don't know what to make the button. I snap, and, oh, I know. I'll make the 5 button my, yeah, I'll make my mouse 5 button. Oh, listen to the beautiful kitty. She's such a good kitty. I'm so happy with her. She's such a good kitty. What do? I go and I make the 5 key my mouse 5? Yeah. And the deviation ultimate, my 5 key. And then I go mouse 5, deviation 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I'll make this 0. Now I can go barrel. Look at that. That's fucking cool. I remember when William was playing Rust, or was it William? I think it was Blueprint or somebody up there. It was like, he was playing Once Human, excuse me. I think it was William was playing Once Human, and he's like, oh, it's a hacker, when somebody did this. When somebody did this, whatever it is, it's about to come off cooldown here. When somebody did this when they were attacking him, he was like, "You're a hacker, you're a hacker." And I was like, no, no. Ooh, this is silver? It is silver. Shit, I should be hitting this more. Oops. I realized I have a silver here. Ooh. Yay. That's a good get. Come on, give it to me. You're not going to get this to me, are you? You're not. It's way harder to get this. You're not going to give this to me. Oh, you did. Dig Boy Emerald. That's really good for me. Yay. Dig Boy Emerald is win. So I broke my jump box thing, so we're going to go make a whole bunch of those. I love being on PvE servers. You can leave your door open like a civilized person. You know? You know? I'll shoot you if you come in, but I mean, like, I'm a civilized person. This goes Mark. Crystal's token. Care furniture floor mirror to building that drive for the minimum crystal's token. Crystal's token to reforge your character. That's cool, yeah. But I don't need to. Maybe later. I want to make a second character and build right next to this base. And then I can just log between the two characters and I can, like, you know, leave stuff on the ground for the other character to like pick up and stuff. And I can be my own neighbor. I'm my own grandpa. I'm my own grandpa. Digby Boy Emerald. Is that good? I bet it is. Goes out mining when activated. The higher the demon energy level, the more efficient the mining is. Prior to us working on the mining platform. How to activate. Automatically activates when demon power is greater than 30. So how do you... It's dormant, it's activated, it's activated. This guy's dormant because his power level is too low. I don't know if I have enough mats to make a solar power unit yet, though. I don't. I need fireproof plastic and refined parts, which means going to a much harder place. Like a level 20 place, I think. Or like, I don't know, abandoned hideout out there might be pretty good. Let's do, you know, I've been liking that hospital. Where's that hospital at? Is it Highland? No, it's like something hospital. Where was that? That was like in, yeah, Dayton. Was it Dayton Hospital? I can't remember. Is this Ohio? Is this supposed to be Ohio? Hearst Industries, but it's too low. We need to go to the Sutherland Chemical Plant because it's not very far. Yeah. And we'll go to the World Stone so we can teleport there and die there and stuff. Oh, look, there's my Emerald Digby Boy. He's got full power. I need to wire shit, so that means running, like, a thing. Oh, I'm completely full of whatever. I mean, I don't need a door, per se. Maybe we could just delete this? I really don't like the doors, you know? The doors are shitty. Yeah, fuck the door. That door is shitty. I don't want to ever use their doors ever again. They constantly wedge you and knock you back and shit like that. Oh my god, I found a way to make endless money without ever leaving Jita. I don't have to do these things that I do that people harass me like while I'm doing it. I don't have to do anything.
Warp drive active.
Go into the belt. Yeah. I like the door in the respect that it, like, prevents the rain sound from coming in. But we'll see when there's a rainstorm. We'll see. It's nice and sunny. I should go travel while it's sunny. Am I fully on full? Oops. So... Oops. Wait, what was that you put away? It was Wakeful Sand. I think I should probably keep that. Gourmet Atlas. I'll probably keep that too. Yeah, and the Reality Reset All. Pulls you into a nightmare. Can use it once every 30 minutes. I don't know what that means, but okay. In here, I want to share stacks. Then I want to put it all in there. Yep. Beet seeds. And then get rid of you, you, and you, or whatever. Nope. And you, and you. Yep. I'm not fishing right now, so I'm just going to put that away too. It appears like I could probably use a better pickaxe, so we'll go see if I can do that now, finally. Can I make a better pickaxe? Jump boosters. I can only make one? Why one at a time? That's fucking stupid. Oh, I don't know. That's a lot of electronic parts. Never mind. We'll just take 2. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot. Copper, pickaxe. That's it? Only copper? Oh, right, because I probably need... what am I using currently? It's a bronze pickaxe. Where did I get this? Where did I get this bronze pickaxe from? It's not... Oh, wait. Oh, bronze pickaxe. There we go. I was like, what? Make another bronze pickaxe. Go over to the boilers and see if there's anything else I need to do. And we'll do charcoal. Chopping trees is really good XP in this game, and I fucking love that. And like, you know, if 50 isn't the end of it either. Now, why did we make that? Don't do that. So... And level 50 isn't the end of it, that's the start of it, where you start doing like really crazy gear eye level stuff and all this, and the game doesn't really end. And as it is, especially if you're on hard mode, it takes so long to do this game. Alright, so we're going out to wherever I went. Get out. Alright, let's go follow the blue line. There's tons of shit over here, too. Oh, I was supposed to go the other way. Oops. Now, where are you steering me to? What? Blackfell? Talk to Severin and Blackfell? Okay. Where did this guy come from? Oh. Rescue bot, whatever that is. Ooh, rescue bot. Let's see what that is. What's a rescue bot? Oh, it's for materials. I got a lot of stuff off this. Very good. Rescue bot. I wonder if this is always here. What is this? This is Lakeheart Camp, which is not that close to me, but yeah. Oh, I should log on Mortal. Oh, gotta check and make sure. Yep.
As a whole country music career that she's trying to launch, is that Furniture Connection money? That's okay. Well, then she's involved with Furniture Connection. That's what that means. Yeah.
Oops.
What was said was wrong, and it does not represent my beliefs or the values of Furniture Connection.
I've heard of opposites attract, right? I've heard of opposites attract. I've never heard of she thinks protesters should be shot. And all for the preservation of not only all of our constitutional rights, but life itself. That is, You know, when y'all are driving, to Furniture Connection, When y'all are driving and you see protesters on the sidewalk, is she trying to grab the wheel and get you to mow them down, and you have to fight her and say that's not what I believe in? Not only does she believe that, she feels strongly enough about it to put it on the top line. She doesn't just believe that, she wants other people to know she believes that.
Yep.
So I do not accept that is not what I believe in. You sleep next to that every night, presumably. I don't know. Y'all might have had some, y'all might have a sleep divorce or something like that. You know that mindset well. And you also know, in the event that this is just a difference of opinion that you guys have always had, I can tell you, every time Joy and I meet a new couple, we got to explain to them, hey, I love her dearly, but I just can't stand her take on protesters. It's always bothered me. It's always bothered me. And, it's just something, but she's a great cook and she's a great mom. She takes care of me and our children, and I couldn't ask for a better partner. We just have to make sure that we never protest and that our children and family members never protest, or she will.
Look, I can heal myself with my torch now.
That's awesome. Just how it is. I can't. There's nothing I can do.
We do not support violence, hate, or harm towards anyone, ever. Every person deserves to be treated with dignity, and no one deserves to be harmed.
You stupid
While the individual who made the post is not involved in our
crocodile
business,
tears.
I take responsibility for clearly
Republican
stating where
crocodile
we stand as a
tears.
company.
Oh, did you get canceled?
The individual who made the post about his wife. This man said the individual that made the post about his wife. Pick a struggle, bruh. Pick a struggle. Come on. No, you all over the place. You just saying nonsense. Are you gonna ride with her? Because now you calling her the individual that made the post. You trying to save it, but you gonna have to be in the basement. You called her the individual that made the post. Come on, man. That's not gonna go good. And unlike you and presumably Furniture Connection, she doesn't believe that no harm should come to anybody and non-violence and everybody should be respected. That's not what she believes in, so good luck with that. I don't know. It sounds like you protested her statement. You better hope she don't put that together like that.
I understand why people are upset, and I'm truly sorry for the hurt and concern this has caused. Furniture Connection has been a part of the Clarksville community for 26 years. Our employees show up every day to serve customers with respect and care. And they should not
I sell
be
furniture
targeted for
accessories. I just don't believe in protests being harmed.
Ain't nobody targeting them. Ain't nobody. We good here. We good.
Don't worry, Hank. We're gonna keep patronizing your furniture
for
store.
Ain't nobody. They good.
I mean, Mago will really patronize your store.
Tell them, all the employees, y'all good. Y'all good. Yeah. We can stand down on that one.
Maybe you might owe your wife a fucking apology eventually.
Don't hurt the employees.
Don't hurt the employees.
Don't hurt the protesters. How about that?
While the individual who made the post is not involved in our business, I take responsibility for clearly stating where we stand as a company.
Now, I in fact went to Joy's account just to see exactly how things were going, and that account does not exist.
Yeah,
Joy,
big surprise.
You're not pretending like we didn't see what we saw, are you? You just gonna pretend like you can just delete the account And that didn't happen?
Sorry.
You working on replacing Christy Nome, ain't you?
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew exactly.
Get out. No.
Yeah.
What? You wedged me in. There was one guy. Suddenly there was two preventing me from moving out of nowhere in under a second. You don't think that might be a piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer design? Just saying. You shouldn't. Maybe if you're gonna wedge me in, you should warn me that the guys are even on top of me first. Just saying.
Hey, come on out, sucker!
Oh, you're so annoying. Ah. Fucking die. I will beat you.
A game of hide and seek! You better hope I don't find you.
What? Ugh. They're like hog NPCs. They're scary. They are scary. They're like hog NPCs. They're like Louisiana. Better pray I don't find you, boy. Fucking scary. It is scary. Ah, there's like disappearing hogs.
The educated. We're the smartest people. We're the most loyal people.
Y'all have an idea where that apology was at. So then we got to figure out where this apology is at.
Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, is apologizing for his anti-Semitic outbursts. He's taken a full-page ad out in the Wall Street Journal saying he lost touch with reality.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Thank you guys so much for watching the video, and especially thank you for all your fantastic comments.
Sewer rat may taste like pumpkin pie, but I'd never know because I wouldn't eat the filthy mother.
Hey, keep it clean. We got a PG-13 operation here. We got a lot of...
Yeah, and you're like DMCAing. Wait, am I being attacked? Ah! What? No. No. I like it when she rides the motorcycle. It looks so awesome. The motorcycle looks good, like the best I've ever seen a motorcycle
Metahuman.
look.
Traces of deviated statue number
Looks all
23
crappy
have been
and dirty,
detected
but
at close range. If you encounter a cluster of strange-looking statues, be careful.
Okay. So there's a lot of Brazilians on this server, and that's how you know it's a good server.
Young eyes and ears, and a lot of old eyes and ears. It's me. I'm the old eyes and ears. All y'all old viewers know, cause even as recent as a couple years ago, if something was behind me, I just go get it. I just go get it. You fast forward to 2026, something behind me. And a special shout out to the mods for preserving the sanctity of the chat. I see y'all getting salty with them. That is YouTube that is flagging y'all, not the mods. They are just out here doing the Lord's work. But as I was saying, I appreciate all your phenomenal comments like this. Love the new set. Keep up the fantastic work. Love it all the way from Northern Ireland. Well, iron go bra to you. I like the new set. You look great in your new space. Well, thank you, Ozark Hillbilly Hippie. Love the new set, but missed the little hands from your last spot. Was those from your babies? Ah, yes, it was. And you know, Reese loved the kids, so we gotta find a little space for that somewhere on the set. Oh, we got another one. I like the Basquiat art piece, and of course, B. Marley. Now, we're not using regular clothes hangers like we're in college, Reese. Handle that. Well, you know, I got something. This is actually supposed to be a professional for jerseys. It's a hanger for jerseys. What are the instructions? They didn't give me no instructions. Do they think I'm an architect or something? You know what I got? I got something.
come on now, dog.
Stop it now. Stop it now.
Come on, man.
This is what it made right here. So, ain't that nice? So we got a nice little professional hanger we can use moving forward. And a special shout out to Anjanette, who sent me this message. Hey Reese, happy Wednesday. I found it, the Pick Me doll. Oh, they done did it now. And it's $3.75. It should be cheap. A Pick Me doll should absolutely be cheap. I'm surprised it's not at the dollar store. I think that's what Nancy Mace was going for in her voting outfit. I'm pretty sure that was it. She was the model.
But wait, there's more.
I gotta get a Pick Me doll on the peoplesgetup.com. I gotta get somebody to design my own Pick Me doll.
What? Where were you, piece of shit? You were not there. You just teleported on me.
We still here. You know what I mean? We still here. Which definitely means a lot, considering all that we're up against. Because history is generally taught as a series of finished chapters, books clothed and shelved. But I chose We Still Here for this year's Black History Month because it reminds me that history isn't just behind us, it's living, breathing, moving, and evolving through every one of us. For centuries, the narrative of the Black experience has been tested by systemic efforts to erase, silence, or diminish it, something that's only been increasing in recent years. Yet from the resilient spirits of ancestors who survived the Middle Passage to the brilliance of the innovators, artists, and activists shaping our world today, the story has never been broken. To say we're still here is an act of profound joy and defiance, and it means we're still creating, still defining global culture from music to technology, and still leading, breaking glass ceilings in boardrooms and courtrooms, and no, we didn't need DEI to do it. We're still healing, turning historical trauma into a legacy of wellness and community. So this year, I don't just want to look back at where we've been, but look at all the people around me and celebrate the persistence of the people who were never supposed to make it, yet continue to thrive.
Shit.
We're the dream realized, the song unsung, and the future unfolding. We're not just a footnote in history up to the whims of this governor or that president to take down because they got in their feelings. We are the authors of the next chapter. We still here.
At no point watching The Godfather do I feel the desire to pick up a controller. But John Wick? That might be the single most obvious video game ever filmed. It's structured like a video game, it has the body count of a video game, it's got vendors from a video game, the mini-bosses of a video game, it's even been directly inspired by a video game. But most importantly, it's a power fantasy that'd be unique as a video game. Not a cover shooter, not a beat-em-up, and not a game that flips between the two, but combines them to give you John Wick's superpower. Dealing with anyone, whether you've got a pistol or a pencil. And yet, John Wick has the same number of video games as The Godfather.
Why would Godfather do a video game? There was like
Payday
no
2
action
fans
in it
may
besides the
remember
pumpkin
John Wick's
guns.
appearance in a free 2014 update alongside the original movie, and 2 paid packs with the second. But releasing on the same day as John Wick's Heist was his own game. Developed with 3 studios in the midst of making their own VR headset, John Wick: The Impossible Task was Starbreeze's first foray into gaming's all-new avenue, debuting at trade shows in March 2016 and releasing 11 months later, after more title changes than My Videos, as John Wick Chronicles. eye for an eye.
I don't like John Wick. I'm going to get off it.
The FBI just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're gonna get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post-2008. That's a big year. You're gonna hear a lot today, because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that, because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts, and it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. I mean, it's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were gonna give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete, it's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. later responding to another headline which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island, and he says this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files, and we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "Will be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, what day and night would be the wildest party on your island. The world's richest man is asking the most vile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is a guy who said, I refused it, I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, hey, I just went to go talk to scientists. Elon's like, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do. And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable. I can't believe these guys are lying to us, and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st of the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, you know, get a massage, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm gonna tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I lived next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We moved in 2005, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, something like that.
Right.
So, knock on the door. His assistant, on like a Saturday, says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me, and I look at her, and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided.
Good stuff, but
that
no
I will
acid.
never be in the room.
I think I've got to go farm acid, which is so fucking annoying. I mean, I don't know. I don't really need to, but I should. Maybe I can get by on just not doing it. Maybe. I kind of doubt it. I mean, I could make 2 more of these, yeah. I picked some acid up, yeah. Enough to make more shotgun shells. Oh, wait.
With that disgusting person ever again.
Well, he couldn't be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I may have been his next door neighbor, but I met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal? And we got invited over, and it was like 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep.
Look at this, guys. Gotta get the camera tilted. Sorry. Look at this beautiful kitty. She's just getting stroked, and she loves it. She's just getting rubbed and rubbed all over. Look at this beautiful kitty sitting on my lap. She was sleeping for a little bit there for like 10 minutes. She'll probably go back for another sleep here for a little bit. Just trying to point out my kitty. She's a good kitty.
We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business.
Why does this look like the New York Times or whatever that New York the National Enquirer? Why does this Pod Force 1 thing look like the National Enquirer? Because it's like God's warning that this is bullshit.
Or if even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No. He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him? He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like, walking in the guy's house? I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent. And they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb? Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files.
We knew he was. That's why we all thought he was getting out in front of it. Because if you get out in front of it, that's something that happens with slime bags. If one guy gets out in front and narcs out the other guy, the principal doesn't bust the narker. He busts the person who got narked. That's how the government works, too.
Doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, and the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are.
One of the things, like, there's this weird video about no one heard Chester Bennington. Oh, full, huh? Nice. Well, let's get out of here then. So, because, oh yeah, I guess that is actually just asteroids that I'm seeing. Yeah, they're like asteroids. They look kind of pixelated. It's the depth of the field. There we go. Fuck depth of field. Alright, take me out of here to the structure. Quickly spell structures, report depot. Alright.
Warp drive active.
All this is pointless if no one goes to jail. I think so. That's how I feel too. Yeah.
Docking request accepted.
I think if you get rich in the music scene or Hollywood or politics, I think you're corrupted, and I think they want you to sign on the dotted line, sign your soul over to them. And I think Chester Bennington's going to be a story like that, but I've never deep dived Chester Bennington. And while I liked a couple of songs that Linkin Park did, I really thought they actually had a very deleterious effect, or a very, very negative effect on the radio, and actually really dislike Linkin Park, as sad as it is. And that's probably what really wrote him too. He knew people like me probably really didn't like his band. You know, I didn't like what he did to the radio. And so, but there's people like Kira who just love him, you know, and that's okay. It's just, you know, and I guarantee one of the things I love about my job is I don't have to be around these industry fucking tool shithead morons. I don't have to be around them. I'm my own boss. I don't have to sign any contracts. I don't need their money. I don't want their fucking, like, their fame. The fame is a curse. All the problems and the people that comes with it, and fucking sycophants and people that won't leave you alone. And I'm sorry, but that is, sure, money's nice. It must be nice to not have to worry about your kids' or whatever. Your money's always going to last forever or whatever, I think is kind of the fantasy anyways. But it's like, no, you couldn't offer me $100 million. It wouldn't matter. I'm not going to take it, particularly because I know all the problems that come with it. If you force me to, like, you know, sign a contract or something to do it, I'm not doing that, because it's like, I know what fame and money does to people. I know what it does, and I know what happened to Lincoln. I don't know what happened to Linkin Park, but I know that it's fucked up. Now, some cord that I'm using is disconnecting. It's not the blue cord, it's the white cord. Hold on. It is. It's that cord. Is this turned off? No, it's not, but it's loose. Now, this was Tracy's cord. Yeah, that's this cord. Now, this cord, I don't think is charging. I don't know. Let's see if this cord's working. I'll plug my phone in. Yeah, this cord's working. I don't know. I don't know what its issue is.
And anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions.
You know, I've been telling my mom for like 2 months that the fucking Jay-Z and fucking Beyonce were in the fucking Epstein files and they're about to be canceled. And she was like, no, they aren't. No, they haven't been. No, they aren't. They're not getting canceled. Why do you keep saying that? Watch, bitch. Jay-Z and Beyonce are about to be canceled today, bitch, today. And she kept saying, it's not true, it's not true. And it's like, yeah, your Queen Bee, she's a fucking child molester. I don't like it either.
Where they say things like Complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible, additional research showed, 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm gonna censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that, but it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally, like, covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files, because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble, and that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, oh, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just to look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're gonna go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5
The president is a pedophile.
million-page document dump. But
Not
seriously,
too
think
good.
about how discrediting this has been, not only to this administration, but to so many rich and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held post-guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them, and according to reports, threatened.
This place right here, this skull between my ears, that is a bad neighborhood, and I should not be in there alone.
Wow.
In 2009, Chester Bennington, lead singer of Linkin Park, revealed a terrifying truth about himself, that he began using alcohol and illegal substances at the age of 11.
I started using drugs when I was 11.
Yeah,
I was
for
exposed
me it
to
was like
really,
four-
really
well,
young, and there was a lot of
14.
things that happened to me as a young person that were really difficult to deal with.
And by a lot of things, he meant that when he was a child, he was sexually abused over several years by a friend. He could never heal from that pain, which left
By a
him feeling
friend?
empty and unable to tolerate loneliness.
I've never heard such a crazy upbringing, like such a crazy childhood, like running wild, like in the streets and doing hard drugs on the roof of his high school, just like
I know so many people like that. You're not fucking special.
complete, like just
Motherfucker, I got suspended for marijuana possession for smoking marijuana. I could have been fucking meth, but I got busted and fucking suspended from school one time for smoking a bong on the fucking roof of my fucking high school. Right in the middle of the day. It was like 10:30 in the fucking morning, and like that. What are you doing up there? Nothing. You know, my best friend's there, and he's like, I can't get busted for weed. And I was like, I know you can't. Go down the back, jump out the back. I'll take this one. Distract them. And he was like, distract them. I was like, yeah, jump down the back, run down the alley, and go distract her while I throw this bong across the street down the back alley or whatever. And he was like, okay. And we got out of that one. I'm sorry, he got out of that one. I got suspended.
We are a month, just one single month into 2026, and honestly, guys, I'm not sure if I could take much more of this year already. I've already seen too much in January, gotta be honest, because as it is being reported in numerous outlets, the government has finally released another batch of Epstein file documents.
I knew it!
Sometimes
I knew that Chester Bennington was going to be involved with Epstein somehow. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I was like, it's something with Epstein, isn't it? It is because he's a musician. That's why. They give him all that money and that fucking fame. I knew there was a reason I didn't like Linkin Park. It's another thing about the Epstein files. Almost everybody in it. I've never known why I didn't like Linkin Park. All my friends did. I was like, I don't know. I don't like this band. And they're like, but it's such a good band. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't think they're as good as Korn or Limp Bizkit or Slipknot or any of the other metalhead bands on the new metal radio, or even Papa Roach. I think all those people, maybe, I don't know, Korn got kind of bad. Limp Bizkit definitely did. But like most of those bands are still really cool. Like Papa Roach and all them, they're actually really cool. Fucking Linkin Park was not in their caliber. They were not as good. They just weren't. They were not as good as that. I forgot I can just jump in my window. Anyways. Like, it was Chester Bennington patronizing. I can't believe this. I had some kind of sixth sense, some kind of read through the cable wires on MTV or what I could read it through the cable waves. That some of these artists were people that I really didn't want to venerate, and I was always nervous about Linkin Park.
Lately, sometimes heavily redacted. Of course, this dump has been a total of 3 million documents, including thousands and thousands and thousands of images and videos, as well as emails from Jeffrey Epstein himself. And there have been some very curious points of exposure. There's been some questionable stuff that we've learned about Elon Musk, Bill Gates, but I'm not just bringing this up to talk about politics, because there is at least one major relevant story to the music world coming out of this file dump, which was making waves on social media this weekend. Apparently Jay-Z and also Pusha T's names turn up in these documents. So I thought we would look at the doc in which their names turn up and see what exactly is going on. I want to say before we go any deeper into this video, this type of content for this channel is usually pretty difficult to do. Typically involves a lot of censorship and kind of dancing around literally the topics that we are discussing as a means of not getting these videos demonetized. Because frankly, for those of you who want me to be discussing these issues, if these videos aren't getting monetized, YouTube is not sharing them to you, regardless of how vital the information in them may be. So please just know if certain details are being edited or glossed over a little bit, it is not my intention to sort of downplay the severity of what is being discussed here. These documents are public record, and you are well within your right to look them up for yourselves and see what's in them too. In fact, I recommend that you do that and you not just simply trust any one single source or random people on the internet to tell you what is in these files. Okay, so what has turned up here is in just this single 2-page file from the FBI, which I will read through now. It is described as having been logged in July 10th of July 2019. It came in at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time over the FBI National Threat Operations Center hotline. This person called to identify herself as a victim of Jeff and others. Now, before I go deeper into this, I do want to say that the information here was sent in via a call through a number where, when contacting the FBI, they have to take and they have to log all of this stuff legally because it is public information, even if it's not necessarily publicly available per se. It's the public information in terms of the government needs to own it and keep track of it. And the reason that's important is that there is a delineation between the nature of this and what we've broadly been discussing as Epstein files up till this point, meaning investigation-related documents the FBI collected while charging and convicting Jeff, which what we're reading here is not related to any investigation of the sort. Rather, it is a tip that, as far as I know, the FBI has not followed up on or have shown any further proof of investigating. But in approximately 1994, blank revealed herself to blank as a past victim of abuse by Jeff, described the abuse occurring during parties, further identified blank as a friend of blank. Again, the redactions. In approximately 1996, blank resided with blank in blank. An unknown man abducted her from her home, whence she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, Jay-Z, while Weinstein had, I'm not going to read that out loud, but it does say here that she believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. The victim estimated she was abducted on 7 occasions, awaking each time in an opulent indoor setting, not alleging it's the same setting, a different setting, or just different opulent indoor settings, or I don't know. Blank suffered from abuse on multiple of those occasions in which Epstein participated. Blank recalled Leon Black and William Barr, current United States Attorney General, being present during some of the occasions of abuse. In approximately 2006, Blank last recalled being abused by Epstein. Okay, so this is the first half and the section in which Jay-Z's name comes up. And while an allegation is an allegation is an allegation, what has me kind of skeptical here is the time frame in which Jay-Z is cropping up here. 1996, which is not the earliest point of his career, but early enough in terms of his studio album discography. He was barely having moved out of Marcy at that point, and his first record only sold like 43,000 copies. There's been a litany of debates going back and forth about like whether or not it would have been believable for Jay-Z to sort of have been in these kinds of circles way back in 1996, which I know the waters do get muddy a little bit because of how popular and massive Jay-Z is as a figure now. So as a result of that, it's kind of easy to almost like, you know, always imagine him in that frame when, I'll be real, regardless of what people want to say in terms of Jay-Z's relevance within hip-hop at that point, white people, specifically white people were not even having a hint of who Jay-Z was until Hard Knock Life dropped. That's just for real. I'll also note that years ago at this point, Jeffrey Epstein's Little Black Book, as we know it, that was packed full of celebrities and verified to be authentic. Yeah, that leaked a while ago, and there were lots of celebrity names in that black book, obviously not all of which were involved in his crimes. But I noticed from what I see, Jay-Z's name is not in there anywhere. Again, on its face, the allegation, the story itself doesn't seem like the most outlandish in the world. What leaves me wondering is the lack of a paper trail or any sort of communications, because I mean, as the thousands of other documents that have dropped have shown, Jeffrey was in pretty regular contact with a lot of his most famous and successful and demanding associates. The idea that Jay-Z would be doing this but his name wouldn't be getting thrown around seems kind of strange to me, and in a way that's even kind of stranger for Pusha T, who turns up in this next
non-disclosure agreements. It's not only is it really common when these people do this, but also it's really common that somebody has caught them and is blackmailing them and has extorted a non-disclosure agreement out of them. And that is what you are actually thinking of. You are naive and should not be covering this.
Oh, same allegation.
Non-disclosure agreements are the fucking lifeblood of the entire fucking planet. It's blackmail, bitch. They weren't careful. People found out and they were blackmailed with non-disclosure agreements, which means that you don't tell anybody what I did if I pay you a lot of money.
Just continued. So on each occasion in which this person was being...
Often, it's the fucking victims. Often the victims blackmail them. The victims are like, I'm telling them what you did. I've got the pictures and stuff. You have to pay me a lot of money. I'm talking like 50% of everything you have. And then probably the victims, honestly, are why there's so many non-disclosure agreements. But honestly, not understanding how these guys like Jay-Z get away with this is fucking naive. It's called non-disclosure agreements. You're fucking ignorant, fucking tablet. You're fucking ignorant.
Did as well.
You're a fucking tablet and you're fucking ignorant.
An advantage of. She believed she was drugged, clouding her memory, and attributed the drugging as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, whom she described as persons who established friendships with the victims. Among her handlers, Blank identified the artist Pusha T. Another allegation comes after this, but I want to address this part first, because it's very difficult to square given the specificity of this timeline here. Because again, the victim says that she was abducted 7 times between the years of basically 2006 and 1996. And within that period of time, at the beginning of which, keep in mind, Pusha T is a 19-year-old from Virginia, for an unspecified amount of times, Pusha T was drugging her and was also her handler. Again, it's not specified how many times Pusha T was involved in this process, but enough to be among these individuals who were seen as having established friendships with the victims. And again, that's just really confusing for me personally, because I can't quite make sense of how this would work in the earlier portion of this timeline or even the latter portion? Because do I see Pusha T as a barely legal teenager from Virginia being a full-time or part-time trafficking handler on behalf of Jeff Epstein? That I don't know. But even deeper into the 2000s, at the height of Clips's popularity and success, I have a difficult time making sense of this too. And again, maybe it wouldn't if the allegation were merely, oh, you know, Pusha T was among the many celebrities that Epstein was involved with during that time. But no, the handler framing makes it seem almost as if he's like working for him. You want me to believe that Pusha T, while being one half of Clips and kind of building up this fledgling rap career, is a part-time, full-time handler for Epstein? So again, while obviously turning up in this file dump has me like, you know, really worrying and really concerned, simultaneously the idea of Pusha T in this portion of his life finding the time to serve in this role for Jeff, while also doing it and leaving basically no paper trail, no communications of Jeff to him back and forth in this recent dump anyway, again, has me kind of wondering. It's after this another allegation comes, and the alleged victim says that she had another run-in with Pusha T, which also included Harvey Weinstein at a 2007 party. This particular occurrence seems to have nothing to do with Epstein, at least from the framing of this document. She just so happens to have been invited to a party by an unknown man. Pusha T and Weinstein were there, according to the allegation. She was drugged, taken advantage of. And I feel like this portion of the allegations is maybe a little bit easier to swallow, maybe because it doesn't involve anything other than a single
I just
encounter.
thought of something so funny. I'm weird and I have a real thing about who I party with. You know what I'm saying? I have a real thing. Like sometimes I'll just be like, I'm not partying with that person, no. I was just saying, it'll be like, no, it's a square, it's a tool. They'll narc us or something. Like I'm real uptight about who I party with, right? Usually there's hard drugs, you know? And if I go to a party, I don't care who I am. If I go to a party with motherfucking Harvey Weinstein and Pusha T in the same room, I'm fucking leaving. I'm sorry, I'm fucking leaving. Long before Harvey Weinstein was ever fucking prosecuted, I would have left. I would have been like, no, that's Harvey Weinstein and fucking Pusha T. I'm leaving.
Like not an ongoing claim of some sort of handler type.
I'm not kidding. I'm weird like that. I can do something about it, but but like no, I'd be like that dude from fucking where is he from? Oh god, I can't remember all the famous Harvey Weinstein movies. Usual Suspects, I think, or whatever. That dude from Usual Suspects, right? No, I'm not hanging out with that guy. I don't think that guy's ever smiled before. And Pusha T, I don't know who he is. Which means that he's a celebrity who I don't know who he is. Which means that I don't want to be around him.
Especially considering how well connected
I don't know
Harvey
who he
Weinstein
is.
was and
No
how
idea.
open he was about who he knew and who he commiserated with and who he worked with and who was like, a part of his circle of collaborators and so on.
If you're in the music scene and I don't know who you are, I don't want to hang out with you. I don't care if you're rich and I'm poor. I still don't want to hang out with you. If you're from the music scene and I don't know who you are, I'm not hanging out with you. I'm sorry.
Do we have any info on whether or not Pusha T even knew Harvey Weinstein? The alleged victim
Do we have any info on who the fuck Pusha T even is? Who is that? I've never even heard his name before. Well, who is this guy? Who is Pusha T? It sounds terrible. It sounds like a really bad drug dealer name. Oh no. Clips? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. He's Malice's brother? I've heard of Malice. Pharrell. Are they good? Mild commercial success. Grind in and win the last time for which they became best known. Let's play Pusha T's stuff. I'm gonna pause. I knew I was gonna go to a new tab and I would see this message. I'd be like, I gotta unpause. I gotta remember. Okay, unpause. We were subjected to Pusha T. It was sorrowful, and I'm never going back again. What was I gonna look for? Oh yeah, Howling Wolf. Howling Wolf, yeah. Helen Wolf.
There are also no corroborating images, videos, or emails citing anything in this allegation, or even that there was a direct line of communication, or even an indirect line of communication between Jay-Z and Jeff and Pusha T and Jeff. Because as some of these emails indicate too, sometimes Jeff was having discussions with others through a third party. I will also say, given our recent video on Michael Jackson with respect to these documents, there is reason to question and wonder about the motives of the government when dropping certain pieces of documentation that involve celebrity names with regards to Epstein, because often that can have the effect of distracting people from the biggest names in the files, and also how many times Trump turns up in the files yet again, because obviously for a lot of internet users, it's way more fun to talk about celebrities, even when in that previous document dump, there were images that involved Michael Jackson that had nothing to do with Epstein in there, and were clearly worked in as a means of making Michael the story here. And while I don't think that's the same play that's being executed here, I do think there is an intentional muddying of...
I'm done with this now. I don't care for your conjecture.
Welcome once again to The Daily Show. My name is Jon Stewart. We have got a great one for you tonight. Writer Heather Ann Thompson is going to be out here to discuss her new book about Bernie Goetz and the rebirth of white rage, which I didn't know had died. But thank you all for coming out tonight here in New York. It is, and I don't have to tell these people, they were kind enough to come out in this weather. It is the 10th day in a row
money?
that we have been below freezing temperatures. And all I can say is, oh, sorry, folks, you get what you voted for. That's right.
Who is Jack Sienna?
Old comrade Mom Donnie, been in for less than a month, and we're already Siberia. It is unusually cold, I will say. But the big news, of course.
We begin with the breaking news that the Justice Department has begun releasing millions more documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Yep, it's Groundhog Day. We call it that. Thank you. I appreciate that. We call it Groundhog Day because this is the day when Donald Trump sees Epstein's shadow. And we get 6 more weeks.
Epstein's shadow. Oh, no.
Of not knowing who any of the co-conspirators are in this multinational sex trafficking.
Oh, it's Jay-Z, Beyonce, who else? Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Pusha T, whoever the fuck that is. Who else? There's a whole lot. Prince Albert or whatever his name is. No, was it Albert? No, Albert was the good one. Prince Andrew. And Prince Andrew. There was so many people hiding in this shadow as they raped children. Bill Gates. Ugh.
And also because Punxsutawney Phil is all over the files.
Oh my God. God damn it. I can't believe the Republicans were right about Bill Clinton. It's just insane. I never thought they were. I was like, who cares if some motherfucker cheats on his wife and gets a blowjob? It's immaterial to politics. It really is. I don't really understand that. Like, I don't care about some dude getting a blowjob while he cheats on his wife. I don't fucking care about that. I care that he cheated on his wife. And I care that he lied about it under oath, you know, and I was okay with them impeaching him, you know. It probably was the right thing to do. But I don't care about the blowjob. I never fucking did. I still don't care about the goddamn blowjob. But they could have actually got him busted for something he was actually doing, like raping children on the fucking Lolita Express like Donald Trump. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with these fucking white people? What is wrong with them? Ugh. Get all that money from fucking other people of color over or whatever. You go and buy children. Or selling computers or whatever it is. to the Nazis in the fucking war, like Prescott Bush. Fucking IBM. Fucking IBM sold computers to the fucking Nazis in World War II. Don't believe me? Consult the statement, IBM and the Holocaust, and you will understand that I'm not fucking joking. IBM and the Holocaust has its own wiki page, because some dude wrote a book about it and all this. IBM and the Holocaust is the strategic alliance between Bill Gates and fucking Hitler. And yeah, this is who they've always been. You just don't know, so you're surprised by it. But yeah, I've known this for 15 years or something like that.
Is that to scale?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know the IBM thing. I didn't know the IBM thing until like 3 years ago. But we knew that Bill Gates was bad. We knew that something was really up with Bill Gates. We had heard that he had hacked and slashed and burned every other software development company in the fucking business to get where he was. He's put like 200,000 software developers like out of work. He's not a really good man. That's why he's the #1 philanthropist of all time. He has the most sins to account for.
That may be the biggest groundhog. They actually look like they could be friends. Bill Clinton and Punxsutawney Phil. The point I'm trying to make is the Epstein files thing.
Yeah, what's the point here?
We've been through this before.
Donald Trump, revelations about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
The MAGA fault line seems to be widening.
The MAGA fault line.
Breaking news. A big
from a fracture.
Republicans breaking with Trump on Epstein. The damn
Beginning at the end of the Trump.
The beginning of the end. You back child molesters just like we did.
Files were discovered last week. Will this fracture become a lasting, irreversible break?
I'm gonna go with no. God, you guys are adorable.
I know, you're just wonderful.
The chances of this breaking MAGA are actually worse than Trump just lowering the age of consent to be done with the whole thing. Which is not.
God damn it. That's not a suggestion. It's not. That's not a suggestion. No. But don't put the idea in his head. Don't put the idea in his head. Don't do it.
Not to say there isn't awful shit in this new Epstein dump. It was a veritable who's who of who you imagine wanted someone to touch their hoo-hoo.
Oh.
Allegedly. Lutnick, Bannon, Musk, Summers, Gates, Clinton, Tish.
I told you.
Melania, the guy who directed.
Melania was an Epstein hooker. Melania is an Epstein hooker. That's how they met.
Sir Richard Branson.
She was 15. I can't stand Donald Trump. Fucking shithead. Consult the files if you think I'm fucking wrong.
I don't think any of us will ever masturbate again. That is.
Ugh.
And of course, the star of our show, Donald Josephine Trump, whose thousands of mentions render Trump as kind of a necessary backdrop through the entirety of the Epstein files, kind of like New York City in a Woody Allen movie, which coincidentally is apropos because he's also in the files.
Yep.
And
but we knew about him. We've always known about him.
I am also in the files.
Noam Chomsky.
We all searched our names, right? You guys didn't search your name?
No.
All right. Well, I know. Whatever. I am in the files. All right. This is actually true. I take you to the scene. It is midnight, August 29th, 2015. Jeffrey Epstein lies wide awake, his mind turning with ideas. He jots a quick note to a producer named Barry Josephson saying, I suggested to Woody. Y'all know which Woody, right? It's the Epstein files. It ain't Harrelson. All right. Or the cowboy from Toy Story. You know which Woody we're talking about. Quote, I suggested to Woody that he do an exclusive new stand-up routine for either Apple TV or Amazon. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein always had his finger on the pulse of what America was clamoring for. in 2015. But Barry Josephson, thinking like the out-of-the-box television professional that he was, pitched this idea. This is true. Quote, make a true biographical experience with his stand-up being the capper. Somebody like Jon Stewart could host/narrate the biographical part. Excuse me? I am offended. Somebody like Jon Stewart? Or Jon Stewart? My point is, do I have the offer, or is this an audition? Perhaps the more extensive references were reserved for members of the billionaire class who traveled in Epstein's circles, including the billionairiest of them all.
New emails from billionaire Elon Musk and Epstein coordinating a possible visit to the financier's infamous island.
Elon said, do you have any parties planned? I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose.
I'm sorry, I hate to do this. Can we zoom in on the email on that, please? Christmas Day?
That's who these people are, though.
You're asking if Jeff Epstein's got any parties planned on the island on Christmas Day? I mean, look, Christmas is tense time. We've all had that feeling, trapped in the house with the in-laws and 14 to 16 of our children over the holidays. But generally, Elon, the wanderlust doesn't really hit till 28th or the 29th. Christmas morning? You emailed Epstein Christmas, dearest Jeffrey. I've just seen the joy on my children's faces as they opened their gifts. Get me the out of here. And ever since those revelations, Elon has been, how do the kids say it, crashing out. He's posted about the Epstein files more than 85 times over the last 2 days.
85 times. You're about to be arrested and canceled. We're going to take our money back from you, bitch. When you go to jail for the Epstein files, we're going to look into your fucking corrupt contracts and shit, and we won't have to kill you to take that fucking money back. We're going to take that money back you fucking stole from us. We didn't want you having government contracts. You didn't do anything. There are things to get right there? I guess not. That one respawned. The end has come. Lucid dream. Oh, I have a timer, do I? I was gonna go home now, come back later. Bye. Yeah, I figured they were gonna do something to me. And it's like, yeah, motherfucker, like since IBM and the Holocaust, we know what these fucking software developers have been doing since World War II. They back Nazis, fuck children, and screw us over and fuck us for $60 for fucking lines of code, you know?
Slow down, brother. You gotta make some time for tweeting about the white genocide, too. Life's a balance. But this is obviously important to Elon, so all right, give us the best argument for your innocence.
Musk denies any wrongdoing, writing over the weekend, if I actually wanted to spend my time partying with young women, it would be trivial for me to do so without the help of a creepy loser like Epstein.
I think, God damn it, you need to learn to shave. I'm sorry, I shave better than you. What? I shave better than that guy. You have billions of dollars. Fucking hire a barber every morning or whatever. Learn to shave, you idiot. It's all that ketamine, isn't it?
I could do what Epstein...
If there's one drug out there, way worse than like fucking cocaine or heroin, it's K. And I love ketamine. Don't get me wrong. I like smoking K. I like doing lines of K. I really like smoking K. It's one of my favorite drugs, you know? Just like him. I like ketamine just like every other drug degenerate on the fucking planet who's a gonzo. But I'm still not fucking with ketamine. If I have $1 billion, I'm just going to assume that's going to cause me to lose it.
Does on my own?
I'm sober and I'm not doing, I'm poor and I'm not doing ketamine. You know, it would make more sense for me to do ketamine right now while I'm poor than it would be for him while he's rich with billions of dollars. It just doesn't add up. It's something. It's the purview of a crazy person.
Is not the moral clarity we were expecting.
Yeah, like what?
But my favorite part of the Musk Epstein emails. You ever have a friend where you don't really share the same sense of humor, but you share the same interests? And they shared the same interests?
Epstein writes him and says, any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly of the UN has many interesting people coming to the House.
Many interesting people, Elon.
Oh man, all those UN dignitaries are coming to Jeffrey's house. Oh good.
Get it?
Elon replies,